Look, and that obviously was extremely difficult. The other night in that preseason game, against Green Bay, he makes some plays. I've watched his progress, obviously his journey off of really 2 seasons and the makeup and all the things that we look for. And, we visited for, a few minutes. I'm happy because I know Dan Campbell that well, and I think the world of Tim. And all of you that have covered him longer than I've coached him understand all the things he brings to the table, aside from just being on the field. So that was difficult.
Sean Payton yesterday talking about Tim Patrick. And there's a lot of audio I want to get to with Sean Payton. They put together the practice squad for the Broncos. They addressed, or at least he addressed, some of the reasons why maybe guys aren't on the team and did not make the final 53. But I want to start with, once again, the school that is going to get some of the most attention in college football this year, which is Colorado, who has their first game tonight. And what's really difficult about this is you got a tough team, despite them being an FCS opponent. And there is a real sense that something's got to happen this year. Like, we are embarking on what feels like it should be year 3 or 4 of a program, but now it's turning into what I believe to be a high-pressure situation in season for a team that, in almost every other case, would not have that kind of expectation this year had it not been for Deion. And I'm not saying that it's Deion's fault. It's what comes with the territory, and it's a good thing. I want a year with expectations and like high emotional pulls. It's what makes the sport fun. When you have week to week, you're riding the highest wave that you can, or you are like crashed into a ditch somewhere. All that tells you is that it matters. And you know what games don't feel like that? They're all for teams that don't matter. If you're a Toledo fan and your team loses a football game, it's not going to be that big of a deal. But if you're Bama, if you're Georgia, if you're Michigan, if you're Ohio State, it matters. And it's not so much for the same reasons that CU is in that category of high emotional polls. It's not because they're going to be on the cusp of a national championship or anything like that, but it's because of the attention that they're going to garner regardless of what that record is. They've been on ESPN for at least an hour of First Take every day for the last 3 or 4 days. Now, almost never for actual football reasons, but for others. So I decided to take a look at, these are called the K-Ford ratings. So this is a site that does a whole bunch of analytics and takes a real look into projections and what teams are going to be and how they're going to finish year over year. And I was just curious where they had Colorado in the Big 12, embarking on a new conference. So the Big 12 is 16 teams. They have Colorado projected to finish 10th. And if that were the case, I don't think it's something that we would all be happy with. Could it get you to a bowl game? Maybe. At the same time, I just think there's loftier expectations for this team than what typically would be in year one. So, for example, what they have on the year for CU, the odds of them winning let's call it 5 games, they have it 77%. 6 games at 54, 7 games at 30, 8 at 13. Means to them, pretty much best case scenario where this team is going to fall is anywhere from the 5 to 7 win range. Which each one of those slots, to me, would connote a very different emotion. 5 would be anger, 6 would be meh, 7, I think, would be success. And it's hard to put this all out there, and you can have your analytics and throw them into a computer and just be like, all right, well, here's what the numbers say. Everything is so new for this football team this year. And there are so many factors that go into this. You only have a couple of givens, I think, on this team. The given is Shedeur Sanders is a good quarterback, and Travis Hunter is one of the best, if not the best player in the country. That's the two. Outside of that, I don't know. I don't know how much the defense is going to improve. Hopefully a lot. I don't know how much better the offense is, or the offensive line, I should say. Because if they could go to offensive line play, I think it could be sort of the key to the season. You get good offensive line play. That opens up a running game. That gives Shedeur Sanders time. It does all that for you. But with so much new, you wonder how much time it's going to take to gel and come together. At the same time, let's say it doesn't improve. Let's say the offensive line is largely the same that it looked last year. Shedeur Sanders getting hit a lot. Can't establish a rushing game. You would need the defense to back them up. If the defense makes a jump, I think it'd be a big help. Where it's not having to score a ton of points in order to beat teams. Like, I still believe that they have to go out and put up a pretty large number on the scoreboard. You know, for conference games, I would say somewhere 28-ish. I think to feel comfortable that your team's going to go out there and finish the job for that week. But they have this broken down into individual games as well. So they give them, in this week, this is, again, K-Ford ratings, 72% chance to win tonight. 41% chance next week against Nebraska. 82 against Colorado State. 64 against Baylor. And the only other game that they're favored in, or more likely to win than not, is Cincinnati. And that takes you to 4 with a couple of toss-up games in between. But a texter says, if they have 2 top 10 players, play like top 10 players, they should make the playoffs. Takes more than that. 2 top 10 players in the country should get you 7 to 8 wins. You want to be in the playoff. You want to be a team that's seen in the same vein as some of those blue blood programs that I mentioned before, your Georgias and Bamas and everybody else. They have top 10 players and then like top 40 players and top 50 and 60 and 70 and 80. And look at how much guys get drafted from their teams every single year in like the first couple of days of the draft. Like top 3-round draft picks. The depth is the separator there. But if you were to put as a duo, Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders, I think that duo competes with any duo in the country. As far as 2 guys who are your most talented dudes, head-to-head against whoever in whatever team you want to pick. But do you have the supplementary stuff, the depth pieces, the other guys that can step up to the table in order to put this all together? That's the main question. You know, and another one is this. Said the same thing heading into last year. If Deion wants to take this team to the stratosphere that they ultimately want, which is competing for a Big 12 championship and therefore competing for a college football playoff spot, the coaching's going to matter here. Like, Here's the deal. The Big 12 is not some sort of powerhouse of talent. The Big 12 is not an SEC or a Big 10 as far as top to bottom, week in, week out. You're taking on teams that are going to be competing for, huge pieces of that college football playoff pie. That's not what the Big 12 is. They have solid teams without a real, oh my God, type of opponent. And I think that CU can easily be in that same category. And if you're both talent-wise similar or the same, that's where coaching comes into play. And that's where I think that Deion and Pat Shurmur and everybody on that staff needs to show their worth. I mean, it's part of what your job is. And if you aren't the guy that's got your hands sort of on every little detail of the game plan, and you aren't coaching every aspect of the team, and you're more of a delegator, and you're like, all right, well, this coordinator's going to take care of the offense, that coordinator on the defense, got my special teams guy, I'm just going to oversee and delegate. If that's going to be your job, then you have to hire the right people. You know, I've said it forever. It's not that Jim Harbaugh doesn't know how to coach, but he's done it's what his, I think, most solid attribute as a coach is. It's why Jim Harbaugh's won everywhere. It's one thing to be an evaluator of talent. It's another to be an evaluator of coaching. And Jim Harbaugh, everywhere he's been, has had assistant coaches that do a great job. And so all of this is going to matter going into this game tonight. You know, it's anywhere from like an 8 to 10 point favorite for CU tonight. This game shouldn't be a cakewalk. I would love to see it turn out that way. But you're facing a tough opponent out of the gate, and I think if you can come away, do that, and get a win, it's going to be huge. Your ability to face a little bit of adversity in the first week, come out with a win, I think it can sharpen you for the couple weeks afterwards. Because the game at Lincoln is not going to be easy either. The game at Colorado State is not going to be easy, as we bore witness to that last year, a double overtime win. But it has potential anyway for this season to look very similar to last season, where it's like the easier opponents are coming at the beginning of the schedule. You get into the meat of the conference season, and it turns into a real grind. The job of this coaching staff is, it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when they have a rough little patch, face some adversity, this doesn't snowball into something bigger. And that can happen in the middle of games, as we saw last year with the Stanford game. So if you have a couple of, let's say you throw a pick or you fumble, and then the next play is a big 75-yard touchdown for the opponent, you can't let that feed into negativity that continues throughout the course of the game and over the course of weeks. Like, part of me, when we discussed last year and what happened, you're 3-0 to start the year, you're riding high, you're the story of college football, you're the epicenter of college football. Then you lose that Stanford game, and everything falls apart. Like, well, why did it fall apart? You were a couple of games away from making a bowl game. That was the middle of the season. You had more opportunities to make up for it, and you can't let things crumble that way. It's keeping your head in a positive space and not letting the negativity totally drown it out and push it into a direction to where you can't get it back. But that all starts tonight with CU, and I cannot wait. 6 o'clock, ESPN. They take on North Dakota State in what should be one of the more intriguing seasons that CU's had in a long, long time. 303-504-0925. Shunt Mazda text line. A lot to get to this morning. Got a lot of Sean Payton audio after the final 53 has come out. We're broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. All right, Broncos practice squad. We have the full list of guys who, a lot of them returning back to the team. And it's not a huge shock with some of the guys that are back on this, but I'll just rifle through the names here. The 16 players on the practice squad. Michael Burton's back, Matt Henningsen back, Little Jordan Humphrey back, David Sills back, Michael Bandy back. They actually have 17, I think, with that Thomas Yasmin, who gets the international player exemption from counting against the practice squad, but he's a big tight end. Tyler Beatty is back on there. So is DeAndre Tillman, Throckmorton, the guard, Reese Taylor and Quentin Newsom, both defensive backs. So a lot of these guys back on the roster. One addition that I like, Donald Parham, who was cut by the Chargers, signs on with the practice squad. He's a big-bodied tight end that has some ability that maybe can be an insurance policy if there's an injury there and you need to move somebody up to the active roster. But no huge surprises on the practice squad. I will say this. Final 53-man rosters, we head closer and closer to the start of the regular season for the Broncos. It is not nearly as bad as I thought it could have been before the season started, before camp started. I think there's been, and you always kind of worry about, well, this is what happens during camp, and you always think the team's better than they are, but I think I'm pretty realistic about this. I've said over and over again, I don't see a way that their record is improved from last year. I think they lost a few too many key players to the team. And the main one being Justin Simmons. I think that's going to hurt the defense a lot more than we're giving it credit for, especially if Brandon Jones, one, cannot play because he's hurt, or two, cannot play close or near the ability that Justin Simmons had last year. But they were relying a lot on the defensive stuff. And it's probably going to take time at the beginning of the year for Bo Nix to get his feet under him and look comfortable. Now, I know he's probably going to be ahead of schedule from most rookie QBs. Part of the reason why yesterday the Patriots announced that they're going to play Jacoby Brissett instead of Drake May, at least at the start of the year. But it might take them a minute to get this stuff together with a brand new quarterback under center. And those first 4 weeks are a bear. 3 road games in really, really difficult environments. And the home game that you have is a game against the Steelers, who always seem to win 8 to 9 games a year. Going to be tough. But I think I have this pretty centered. Like before all this started, I thought there was potential for the Broncos to be one of those teams in the mix of a top 3 pick. And now I see them as sort of a 6 to 8 win team, which still going to be probably in the top 13, 14 picks, maybe a little bit higher than that in the top 10. But I don't think they're going to be competing at the end of the year for like, hey, worst team in football, who's going to grab the number 1 overall draft pick? I don't think they'll be there. Now, at the same time, Sean Payton yesterday talking about some of these cuts heading into the regular season, and I want to get his answer. If we could cut 6 on keeping 3 quarterbacks for game day. Here's Sean Payton.
Here's the deal. He's out there. He's doing everything, and my understanding is he can enter the game when the other 2 are hurt.
And no definition on hurt or injured or anything like that? Or
I should probably have you write the policy or, in other words. But look, I know when they initially discussed this, it came after San Francisco and Philadelphia, and the initial approach was possibly can every team elevate a practice squad quarterback. I was surprised it didn't pass, and it didn't pass. The union didn't pass it. So, look, this is where it is. Last year, I think 13 or 14 teams had 3, and then the remaining teams had 2 and 1 on a practice squad. I think the exercise in your 53 and then your practice squad is really holding on to your assets, guys that you feel like are talented, and certainly that applies to Stiddy and Zach, very much so.
So his understanding of that rule, and I think this is what's right, because we talked about this. I thought the NFL was going to pass that rule too, that it's an automatic elevation for a quarterback on the practice squad. That if he would be the emergency quarterback. And I think all that means is you can have the emergency guy, but he's got to be on your 53-man roster, but maybe inactive for the day. So you know how they have those 7 guys who can't play every week, the inactive list. You can have, I believe, a quarterback on that list that's still suited up, but can only come in the game if the first 2 guys get hurt. Now, he said he was surprised that the players' union didn't pass. I think Vic laid out a pretty good reason for why the practice squad thing was not going to go through. It's you could pay a quarterback a practice squad salary for potentially playing in a game. And I don't blame the players' union at all for being like, no. If the guy's playing in a game, he gets an NFL game check. He doesn't get paid practice squad money. Now, discussed a whole bunch of other stuff yesterday as well. The idea of, we played this out of the gates. In fact, can we hear this again? Let's go back to back on this. Just cut one, why they made the decisions they did at wide receiver, which was cutting Tim Patrick and keeping some younger guys on the roster. Here's what Sean Payton said to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think I said it in a meeting inside. I don't know that I said this to you guys, but I said, I think there's going to be a receiver or 2 that ends up playing for other teams based on what I'm watching from the group. And so I knew and felt we were deep. You root for all of them, not just your draft picks. And so it gets back to what we discussed with Bo and whether it's Bailey or Franklin or and so that was one of the tougher position groups just with our depth. A number of our guys landed in different places now, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Detroit. And I think we knew that was going to be difficult. So that's it. I say this, it's a good problem to have when you have that type of competition. I hope I answered your question.
That's what's weird about the wide receiver spot for the Broncos is I don't think anybody's going to put them in the category of one of the most talented groups in football. I don't even know if you put them in the top half of the most talented wide receiver rooms in football because they lack the number 1 bona fide star type of player. But I do believe that they had a lot of guys in that room that teams would have used for, their 3rd or 4th wide receiver.
So that's it.
I like it. I think there's a lot of those types of guys. Like, I think if he's right, if you put Vele out there, he would have been snatched up. If you put Franklin out there, he would have been snatched up. If you, especially with the youth part, and I try and reiterate this, if they make this season about developing a foundation of young players, then they're doing things properly. They're doing exactly what we've been screaming for 8 straight years. And that's why I got very confused over the past couple of days with the Tim Patrick stuff, is that the fan base who has been super critical, and myself, who's been super critical of just throwing Band-Aids on things and trying to go the easier route, which is damn the long term. Let's try and win as many games as we can right now. And the question was always, even if you tried to win as many games as you possibly could in the short term, this year, whatever, what does that ultimately get you to? And the answer was 7 wins, 8 wins, 9 wins, 6 wins. It was never going to be enough. You were hopping on a treadmill. You were doing a whole bunch of work, but not moving anywhere. You're on the stair stepper. I was on the stair stepper for 30 minutes. Yeah? How many flights of stairs did you go up? Well, technically none. But it told me on the thing that I went 50. I don't know how stair steppers work. I don't know what the pace is. Nelly, if you're on a stair stepper for 30 minutes, how many flights of stairs do you think you get to?
1 million.
Hang on, 30 minutes on a Stairmaster is how many floors? Usually I do level 6 for 30 minutes, and that's 100 floors. So there you go. Nelly, you were close.
Just a few zeros off. Basically, you're saying what they've been doing is if you see, you remember in the old Scooby-Doo cartoons, the gang sees the ghost behind them, and then they start running, but they don't actually move anywhere.
Yes.
and it's just, and their legs are spinning, but they're staying in place. And then now, they've actually started moving.
The old adage of spinning your wheels. Now, here's the thing though, Nelly. I don't know if they're actually moving or not. We'll see. But this is the best path to do so. That's all I'm saying. And he kind of talked about this. There was a decision he made in 2006 where they had a young Marquise Colston, who at the time he didn't know what kind of player he would be. And they had more of a given product at the time, which was Dante Stallworth, who was a good wide receiver for the Saints. And they made the decision to choose the young guy Colston over Dante Stallworth for the potential of it. And he actually talks about that in his presser. Go ahead.
And I'll actually say, if anyone's playing along at home with the Sean Payton drinking game, this may check all the boxes because, let's see, we could have a look, a listen, a relative to, and he talks about his time in New Orleans. So
let's go.
If you're taking a sip,
Everybody get your drinks, get your coffees, get your whatever.
Yeah, you may be plastered. Let's see.
In 06, we had a young receiver, Marcus Colston. He was drafted in the 7th round, I think a compensatory 7. And then we had a receiver, Dante Stallworth, who was a first-round pick. Now, Marcus in the spring struggled. His weight was a tick high, but he came back in training camp, had a really good camp, and we ended up trading Stallworth, and we went with what we were seeing, and it was a good decision. I mean, he ended up having a fantastic career. So it can happen in a number of positions.
Choosing the youth over maybe a given commodity with a flat ceiling, it's not like it's always going to work, but it always feels like the better option. If your team is not going anywhere. That's the thing about when Tim Patrick went to Detroit. It's like, yeah, maybe that is good for Detroit, but Detroit is trying to win right now. They would rather have the proven commodity than they would the young guy who's going to take time to build. That's what they need. The Rockies right now, they're playing guys like Michael Toglia, who is, he's hitting about 220. Would that be a guy that you'd want on the Yankees right now? Yeah, probably not. You want proven commodities. You don't want somebody building towards the future. But given their situations, it works. That's why you play them. And the Broncos are making that commitment. And I do think it is for the first time, certainly since I've been here, but I would say for the first time since Super Bowl 50, they're making a conscious effort to recognize exactly where they're at and try and improve their standing. And it takes time. It's not going to be immediate. I got one more I want to hear. This is 10B here, Nelly. All I got is he busts the media's balls. I want to hear him busting balls. Go ahead.
You guys will have a media room over here, I think in the old racquetball court. Is that what we? Okay. We haven't finalized that yet. I didn't move you from here. I didn't do that.
Sean, when you have it's down the hall from you, they said. That's the way.
All right, so I can keep an eye on you.
It's actually pretty funny. He's talking about they're going to start the construction at Dove Valley.
By the way, shout out Jeff Legwald for a couple zingers there in the background.
Shout out Leggy. We'll talk to Leggy in just a couple hours. Get his breakdown on the 53-man roster and what's going to happen. Now, a couple things here from around the league that I wanted to get to. You want to hear an example of being bad at your job. Now, this guy's done all right, but this is not a good look. The Colts, with their 53-man roster, we just had a draft. When was it? Late April 20-something, 28th, 29th. They cut 3 draft picks from this year before the season even started. Their 5th, 6th, and 7th round picks did not make the roster. And if that's the case, you did a bad job of evaluating. The Broncos had a 7th round pick make the roster in Devon Vele. They had a 5th round pick and Audric Estime make the roster. Like, they did a pretty good job. You don't want to be where the Colts are at. And the Colts are a super interesting team to me this year. Because I have no idea what Anthony Richardson is. You know, it almost feels like Anthony Richardson is part of this rookie class. He played, the first 3-ish weeks last year, but was hurt still, even in the games that he played. His style of play at quarterback is not conducive to staying healthy, which is always a iffy proposition. But they're a weird one. And if you're dropping, like if the Broncos were doing this, if we got at the end of camp and it's like they cut their 5th, 6th, and 7th round draft picks, I'd be pretty nervous for what the future is. They need to have a team that's built through the draft. And if you can't accomplish that, then good luck trying to build a viable franchise over the course of a couple of years.
And pop quiz. I'm looking at a Colts depth chart right now. Anthony Richardson is listed as the starter.
Yeah.
Do you know who the backup quarterback is for the Colts this season?
It's Flacco, right?
It is the just entering his prime Joe Flacco, yes.
You know what? It would be super weird if they had Joe Flacco as Bo Nix's backup. I think that'd be amazing.
Oh, my God. That would be the most milquetoast Coles Cash quarterback room in the league.
It would be, but there is something about, like, Joe Flacco now understands where his career was. He did not accept that at his first go-around in Denver. He was a starting quarterback, and that's all he cared about. But I think now he's in the place of, okay, it's my role in this league to step in and play when I'm needed, but also to help a young guy try and figure things out.
Also, side note, I brought up the Colts depth chart, and their starting left defensive end is Kwity Paye, is his name?
Yep.
At a glance, totally thought that said Katy Perry.
Oh, yeah.
You know, she's already conquered the music world.
It's at
Now
the
she's got to
side of
conquer
your eye.
the NFL. Yeah, why not?
You know what? Sign her to a 10-day contract. Let's see if she's got something. 303-504-0925. You can listen to us anywhere in the world on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. This is, of course, international pop star Kwity Paye. Again, can't wait for the CU game tonight. 6 o'clock, ESPN, North Dakota State, and what hopefully is the start of a season to remember for the Buffs, and where they start to turn things around, and some of the barking turns into bite. Some of the hype surrounding them turns into substance. Because that is what it's been so far. It's been just a lot of talk, a lot of hype, without a lot of tangible things to surround it.
And we actually got a good question on the Safeway Twitch stream about this. One of our Twitchers asked, can CU do anything tonight to change people's opinions of them? Or is beating North Dakota State not a big deal, and the next 2 weeks matter more? And what I said, you could tell me if this holds any water.
Okay.
I said if CU wins, it'll come down to how they win. If they squeak out a game-winning field goal as time expires, people will still say, oh, Deion's a sham. They could barely beat North Dakota State at home. Don't buy the hype. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. But if they win by, 30 points, 40 points, and see Shedor's chucking bombs, lighting it up, then I think people will start to go, okay, maybe there's a little bit of hype here.
This is what's difficult. I don't think there's much this game can do for you unless you lose. I think a loss is the only thing that would change my mind about stuff. If they win close, would it be mildly concerning? Sure. But North Dakota State's good. If they won by a lot, just because you're playing against an FCS team, I don't know if it moves the needle all that much. Now, you ask me tomorrow, when we see what it looks like, could have a totally different opinion. Very easily could. There's something to when you schedule a team like this that is difficult but doesn't get the credit that they nearly deserve. There's just not a lot to gain. Let's say Shedeur goes out there and lights him up for 5 touchdowns tonight. Very well could happen. It's not going to have the impact as much as it would if they were playing, just in run-of-the-mill, mid to lower end of the conference Power 5 team. Like if he did that to Georgia Tech, totally different. But you know what? Georgia Tech's actually a decent example. I don't think that anybody would consider Georgia Tech some sort of powerhouse in college football. But they step in and they beat Florida State, and you start to look at Florida State a little bit sideways, don't you? You're like, you're the number 10 team in the country. How do you lose to them? And you go back last year and you look at Georgia Tech's record, it's like, okay, a 6-6 team at the end of the year. Yeah, they played a lot of teams close. That last game of the year for them when they took on Georgia, they lost by 8. It's a mid to low end Power 5 conference team. Florida State loses to. And if Florida State beat them by 40 points, would you think twice about it? Would we even really discuss it on the air? But the fact that Florida State lost it became a big deal. It's a difficult way to start the year because I don't know how much you really stand to gain in this. And a texture says, I disagree. They blow them out, it'll matter. Everyone respects NDSU more than probably any other FCS team. All of that might be true. And trust me, here's what I know for a fact. No matter what happens tonight, we're going to turn on ESPN tomorrow. They're going to be discussing something. Something about this game.
No matter what, Paul Feinbaum is going to say some garbage that's going to piss off Mojer, and we'll have some fun with it.
Probably.
And also, by the way, I don't actually believe that CU is going to win by 30 or 40 points. You know how this works.
Sure.
We speak in absolutes. We're Sith in sports radio. I do have to say, now, though, I'm really hoping they win by 30 or 40 points because one of our Twitchers said he will eat his hat if they do. So, Lover Matt, you can write this down. Hell, record this. Call your bookie. What hat tastes the best, brother?
I'd love to see it. I would absolutely love to see it.
No, I agree. I agree with everything you're saying. I think North Dakota State is better than people are giving them credit for. I think CU has to figure out some of these new pieces with their new coordinators and their new O-line. If it's a 2-score win, I wouldn't be surprised. Anything more than that, I'll have to see.
I would just say, the goal for tonight should be, I'll say comfortable. I won't put a point total on it, but give me a comfortable win, one that you're not sweating out at the end of the game. And the couple of things that I want to see, if there's keys to tonight that I want to see from them, it's very simple. I want to see 1, the offensive line look better. I want to see 2, an established rushing game that you can go to and trust. And 3, some defensive improvement. Like some ability to maybe stop the run, get after the passer, like all that stuff. NDSU, they play old school football because I think they have to against opponents like this. They're going to want to control time of possession. They're going to want to win the turnover battle. They're going to want to run the football a lot. Can see you stand up and handle it. Because let's be honest, last year, NDSU probably would be able to run the football pretty easily on that CU defense. But you've spent an entire offseason trying to fortify a defensive line and an offensive line and get better in the trenches, which you have to play in this conference especially. Like the one place where the lines, if you would, they always matter, but maybe they matter to tick less, it was in the Pac-12. And it used to be the Big 12 was like that. The Big 12 used to be a conference that looked a lot like the Pac-12, which was not a lot of defense was being played. Games were they were ending 48-41. It's different now. You have to be able to control the line of scrimmage on both sides of the football. So, made a whole bunch of moves in the transfer portal, found a whole bunch of high-end recruits to go take over spots. I can't wait to see it tonight. I can't wait to get to actual football things as opposed to whatever else is happening with the program outside of actually throwing the football.
It's been as the Dion turns.
A little bit, yeah. 303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line. Texter says, you guys should talk Mosier into laying his junk on the line. He's done that on more than a few occasions. Where he has put his junk on the line in these games.
Get your damn act together.
In fact, Nelly, I don't know which one he did. I don't know if you can even look it up. I'm pretty sure it's saved somewhere. It's Mosier was putting his junk on the line. Maybe it was the Seattle game in Russell's first year.
All right, Kevin, our boss, if you're listening, if I search Mosier junk on our computer, don't be surprised.
Yep.
Don't spring IT on me or HR.
No, it's totally fair. Mosier set it into a microphone. It's fine to type. He also said Google Dave Parker hose once. I'd recommend against that. But just quickly here. So Tom Brady is going to embark on a new adventure in his football life. And I have ignored actively all of these stories of maybe he returns. He said he might return to football. No, he's not. I won't allow it. Personally, I will not. But he is going to start his broadcasting career for Fox coming up this year. He's also in talks to become a part owner of the Vegas Raiders. And there is a conflict between those two jobs. This from Seth Wickersham. If Tom Brady becomes a partial owner of the Raiders, he'll be forced to abide by unique restrictions as a broadcaster, including no access to practice or production meetings, which doesn't seem like that big a deal on the surface, but it would be a very, very weird balance of being a part owner of a team and a guy calling a game. It would be a certain conflict of interest. And if you had to choose between the two, being a part owner or having a $375 million broadcasting contract, I mean, he's got enough money already. So if it's me, I'll just take the $375 million and be cool with it.
Pay him. Pay that man his money.
I know that, I don't know what percentage of ownership you'd get from Vegas, but let's say it's even, just to make it a round number, 10%. So if you go to sell the team for $5 billion or whatever the number is, okay, it's $500 million, but it's a waiting game until you actually see any of that money. Give me the $375 million now. But if I'm in Tom Brady's situation where I already have all the money in the world that I'd ever want, make me an owner. If I had to choose between the two, just let me sit up in the press box each Sunday. Sounds great to me.
Put your groin behind it. Let's go.
It's close.
Lay him out there. Come on.
Hang on. You ready? There we go. I dropped it on the table.
And
here's what I'm doing. I'm here to tell you. I'm here to tell you one thing. That's Moj. I just put it on the table again. That's number two. Put the other one up here.
No, you didn't.
Don't make me get. I forgot about that. Maybe he'll throw his junk on the line. Tune in. Moj Lombardi and Kane starts next. The wait is almost done. We got actual football tonight for the Buffs as they take on North Dakota State at 6 o'clock on ESPN. Cannot wait.
I put a Buffs hat on today to show a little support. Tomorrow I'm going to be rotating a Rams hat and a Falcons hat, segment to segment.
Really?
Oh, that's supportive of you.
Thanks, buddy. What do you got on your head?
I don't know. What is it? I'm not monitoring
well, whatever
my,
it is, it looks really stupid.
not monitoring my headwear.
You're like Rob Lowe. I think it just has the NBA logo on it. Just rooting
Yeah,
for
I think
every.
they misplaced it. They put it on the wrong side.
I actually would love to have that hat that Rob Lowe was rocking. Just the straight NFL logo.
It's dumb.
I like football.
Football is fun.
So here's the deal. We can put aside, once this game starts tonight, all of the offseason things that surround the CU program that don't have to do with football, that just have to do with soap opera, reality TV stuff, right? All that can go by the wayside because they're actually going to take a couple of snaps tonight. And here's my question. Is there anything that stands to be gained for CU tonight? Or is it all just potential loss?
I think it's 90% loss, 10% gain, and it's a question. I brought it up early. Why would you schedule this opponent?
Well, it was 2016. I don't know who did it. This game was scheduled 8 years ago. I don't know who did it. Who was
How
in
many
charge of
coaching
that?
regimes ago
Yeah.
was that?
A lot.
Yep.
I mean, if they win by, let's say CU wins 30-0, that's a hell of a win against a really good FCS program. Really good. That starts off the season with a bang. I mean, that's getting it going. But at the end of the day, what are you going to hear? Oh, who'd you beat?
Okay, here's the way I look at it for the Colorado Buffaloes. You need to get to 6 wins. You got to get bowl eligible. Period. End of story. Get to 6 wins.
I just took
That's-
a look, by the way, for the season, Moshe. How many games out of the 12 that they play this year are they favored in? If you had to take a guess.
I would say probably 3.
5.
4. Okay.
Four
Four?
games.
Really?
4 games. Yep. It's the one tonight. It is the CSU game. It is the Baylor game in Cincinnati later in the year. And what's interesting about that is I was taking looks. And look, we don't know what this is. Like, we don't know what teams are in college football. Each year is going to be volatile with, teams taking giant steps backwards and giant steps forwards. And maybe CU is on the forward step, perhaps. But I was thinking about that, and I go, okay, so 3 of the first 4 games of the season you're favored, and then you're favored 1 game for the rest of the year. That sounds a lot like last season, doesn't it? Where you started out of the gate super hot, and then everything kind of fell apart. But tonight is, I think, super important in a couple of different categories, just confidence-wise. And it has to do with, I'm not worried about Shedeur. I'm not worried about Travis Hunter. I'm not worried about any of that stuff. I'm worried about, can the offensive line, first of all, protect long enough for Shedeur to throw the football? And secondly, can they establish a rushing game that is going to be necessary for success this year?
I think you have those backwards.
No,
I
I didn't put them in order, but you're right. Yes, the other way around.
I think what needs to happen tonight, if you're a CU fan and you want to see progress and you want to see what they've done in the offseason, and there is some construction going on in the trenches, get a run game going. You want to protect Shedeur? You want to make it easier on Shedeur Sanders? You want to help your defense? You want to win a game? Get the run game going. If you can't run the ball, you are going to struggle in football.
Last year, the Colorado Buffaloes as a team, overall, how many yards did they rush for? For the season.
12 games.
No idea.
I'd go 750 yards.
Vic, you want to take a stab?
Well, if you average less than 100 yards a game, I will say 925.
827 total yards on the ground.
That's terrible.
That is
Horrible.
pathetic.
Terrible.
It's pathetic is what it is. They've got to establish a running game.
North Dakota State's leading rusher last year had 768 yards by himself. The second leading rusher had 629. Third was 615. Fourth was 502. Fifth was 384. Sixth was 302. They run the football at North Dakota State. And that was taking me to the other side of this, which is I need a defensive front that can stop the run and create some pressure.
Is this why, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of it, is this why Sean Lewis was fired? Because he couldn't run or because he couldn't protect Shedeur? What is it?
Well,
All the above?
if that's the case, though, and this is what was really weird about last year, Sean Lewis was fired and the offense got worse. It did. Remember when Sean Lewis was calling plays early in the season? They were scoring 40 points.
Yeah.
They didn't do that towards the end of the year.
Bless you.
If I'm the Buffs tonight, again, I'm going to make a point just to prove that we can mow you down. We can run through you. And it's going to be a big concern if they can't. You'll be able to tell just when you're watching tonight, and I'm going to the game, just watch the trenches. Watch what happens up front. Are they moving these guys or not? And if they can't move them, that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem. Because if you're not moving North Dakota State, are you going to move Kansas?
You're right.
K-State? Who are you going to move?
Yeah, if there's one major concern that could come out of tonight, it's if you don't control the line of scrimmage on both sides of the field, then what is that going to tell for later in the year when you face those bigger, corn-fed dudes of those teams in the Big 12 this season? It's going to be a major concern. But
I can't wait, though. I can't listen. I can't wait for the scenery. I can't wait for the new scoreboard, all the lights they put up over there. It's going to be gorgeous, as expected. It is one of the most gorgeous scenes in college football.
I mean, just looking at it, Vic, it's so pretty. I mean, visually speaking, I don't know that you can find a more pleasant-looking stadium and background in college football.
I'm going to be hyped up when they play Prime's theme song, and I hope they do.
Give me some
as
of
he
that,
comes
Nelly.
out.
Give me some of that to start the show.
I mean,
here.
if that doesn't hype you up, I don't know what does. Yin Yang Twins, are you kidding me? Give me some Yin Yang, Nelly. You going to Yin Yang me or not?
I'll yin your yang, Vic. Let's go.
What's up,
Yeah.
bro? You believe that?
Give me something, Moj. Give me something. Give me something, Moj.
I can't give you nothing.
You don't believe?
Yeah, mix it, Nelly.
You ain't make me, so you can't break me.
Yeah, Prime.
Old school, not old fools.
Baby, we're coming. You're darn right I plan on winning.
You ain't make me, so you can't break me. You didn't build me, so you can't kill me.
Oh, I love it. Here's the thing, though. I was thinking about this. Just, you know what? Leave it subtly in the background, Nelly. Just leave it subtly down there. If they
We're
win,
ready for prime time. What do you say?
yeah, I am. Yes, I am. Here's what I do know.
Every win for this program is going to matter. They got to get to a bowl game. They have to.
Here's what I do know. No matter what happens tonight, blowout win, close loss, whatever, it's going to be on ESPN tomorrow. And I don't know how many teams have the pull to have their games discussed nationally when they're playing an FCS opponent in week 1. Like, I don't even think Georgia would get that, right?
You know, this is such a wonderful platform, too, for North Dakota State. And I know they've been in big games before. If you're ND State, I know you've been in some big games, you've upset some big teams, but can you think of a better opener for them? And how about that note that Nelly sent us? Most FCS schools, they don't use the communication system in the helmets. They just can't afford it. North Dakota State's going to pay for it, and they're going to use it tonight.
Yep. I'm telling you what, Texture says, damn, getting me hyped at 7:08 in the morning. You're damn right. No, they are every bit an FBS opponent. And here's what's funny. Like, I compared them just a second ago to Georgia Tech. And I mean it in this sense. Georgia Tech is a Power 5 opponent in college football. They've had really good seasons in the past. It's been a while since Georgia Tech has been, a real sort of force. But they finished last year 6-6. Florida State was the number 10 team in the country. They lost to Georgia Tech, and it feels like a complete and utter failure, right?
Oh, yeah.
What if Florida State beat Georgia Tech by 30? Would anybody bat an eyelash? Would we even discuss it the next day?
No, but
That's why the risk reward for the home team and the favored team and the team expected to win. That's why these early games, the risk reward, if it's me, listen, I got a cupcake my first game. Give me Merrimack.
Oh, hold on.
Give me Merrimack.
Hold on a second. Do you think that ND State can upset the Buffs?
Yes.
Did you think?
Will they? I think CU wins tonight.
Okay, so
I think it's a long shot.
okay, so the Bison aren't a pushover, though, right? They're not
They
a
are not.
pushover.
No.
Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets were not a pushover.
No.
Okay, so if you beat them by 30, if you beat a non-pushover team by 30, that means you're doing something pretty right, because they're not a pushover, and there are people out there who think that the Bison can win this game tonight. Okay, you beat them by 30. You're gonna shut a lot of people up. I mean, you're saying what does it do? Well, it gets you a win. It gets you momentum going to the Corn,
Yep.
and people think that you're a better football team perhaps than they thought before. So you're right. I mean, the threat of upset stinks. Vic, you want ITT Tech or some crazy
100%.
Western Carolina State, some crazy
Yeah.
directional school.
Yeah, I do. I mean, especially going into a new conference with the spotlight on your program as it is, why make it harder? And I know they can't change that. That's, again,
Right.
you guys
It's
are right.
been
This was
settled for a
scheduled
while.
years ago. But if you're giving me a preference, I'm giving you my preference, and that is to play Barbizon Community. Let's just get a game on.
Again,
Honest to God. I mean, I don't understand it. I don't understand why you would challenge yourself at this level this early.
Brett, when we were kids, there was a thing called Barbizon Beauty College.
Was there?
Yeah, I don't know that Barbizon Vic still exists. I don't know that they are still in business
Yeah.
around this country. I don't know. They could be, but I don't know.
But
There's a lot of great hairstylists out there, Moj. Trust me, they've all gone that Barbizon
I got
route.
you.
How many, just to tell you about the turnover, right? And this is college football in general. It's just not CU. Every team has turnover. How many starters do you think return to the CU team from 1 year ago? How many starters? Right.
I
10?
No, I think it's more along the lines of like 11 or 12. Right.
The
around
answer's
there.
8.
Yeah. 8.
starters
Are you sure?
return.
Let me count them.
Reading
up.
it right now.
1,
It's in
2,
the
3,
CU notes.
4, 5, 6.
It's in the CU notes. 8 starters return.
Okay, I've got more than that on my list of depth chart, but okay.
Do you want me to send you this straight from the CU SID?
No.
Buffs,
okay.
Buffs roster by the numbers. Starters returning 8, Moj.
I think he's a pretty good source.
I mean, what's going on with this? What other source do you want?
Okay, now that you're done screaming and yelling, I was calculating, not starters, I'm talking about returning players. As far as new players that are going
Thus,
to start
I asked
tonight,
starters.
No. Those are two different things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Well, they got a whole bunch of returning
11
players.
They have 11 new players starting tonight. That's both sides of the ball. Okay, so
Okay, Moj. How many? And again, I'm reading a number here, so don't challenge me on this because I got the answer. How many new players on the CU roster this year? New players, guys who did not play for the team last year. That's the definition.
52.
I have to add it up, but there's 11 guys who will start who were not on the team last year.
The answer is 65.
It's a lot. That's an awful lot.
That is crazy. What are you laughing at, Brad?
You asked the question, how many new players are on the team? And Moshe goes, I'd have to add it up, but there's 11 new players.
Yeah, I mean, you're
I don't know what you're
cracking me
talking
up,
about.
Moshe.
I don't
You're
know what
like
you're saying.
challenging these numbers.
No, I said there's 11 new starters. 11 guys will start tonight who were not on the team last year. Overall, 65. There you go.
But how is that possible when there's... See, this is what I don't get. And I'm sorry that we're caught in the weeds right now, but I'm really confused. Because Vic said there's 8 returning starters.
There's only 8 returning starters.
There's
Moshe.
22
I don't know where
starters
you're
on offense and defense, and you
Are
keep
you
saying
reading
11.
Mad Magazine? Where are you getting your numbers?
So I don't get it.
What does 11 and 8 add up to?
19.
That means 3 guys were on the team last year who weren't starting. Now they're starting.
Okay. Now, got you now. I understand now.
You know, it
you're
remains
thinking
relatively.
I'm the dumb one?
Well, you were having 2 different
remains-
conversations.
Exactly, and he's yelling. Look
It
at him. I mean,
remains
he's wearing his dumb side logo hat, yelling. Look at that hat. Hey, Rob Lowe, why don't you take the next couple of minutes off and you work on your math, and Brett and I will send it to break. How about
3, 4, 5,
It remains
6,
a very
7, 8,
young
9,
team.
10, 11,
Only
12,
11
13,
seniors are on this
14,
squad.
15, 16,
But it's a team where essentially the quarterback position is you can't get any better. And by the way, did you see that Shedeur Sanders, his name, image, and likeness, sponsored by Nike, is at Times Square, New York City.
So I think, if I read that correctly, he's the first college athlete to get a deal NIL-wise with Nike, right? I think he's the first
I think
one.
so. What about Caitlin Clark? Who did she get a deal with?
I'm not sure. I know that.
Well, it wasn't in college. I mean, she's in the WNBA now, the 25 mil. But
what's homeboy's name? That's the commit to Duke, Vic, the basketball guy. What's his name?
Cooper Flagg.
Cooper Flagg. He's got a shoe deal already with New Balance.
Yeah, I saw that. Pretty good one. All right, Moj. There are 21 players
All right,
on the CU roster.
Before, can you save your trivia for just a couple of minutes? Because I want to do that. I got a trivia question for you too. That's going
Great.
to it's eye opening. We'll get to it next. All right, Vic, what's your other trivia question?
No, I'm just going through these numbers, and I got to get to some Shador numbers that I
Godzilla.
think are impressive. Just impressive.
Dun.
How many of all the players on this CU roster, and there are 110 players on the roster, these college rosters are huge. A lot of them walk-ons, obviously. What state in our union is most representative of this CU roster with 21 players?
Well, it's got to be a big one, so it's either Texas or California.
No, I'm going to say Florida.
Or Florida. Texas, California, or Florida.
I think it's
Texas
Florida.
it is.
Oh,
Texas it is. Florida is second with 18, and then 14 from Colorado and Georgia. California, only 6 players
Interesting.
on this roster from California.
You remember when they went to the Pac-12? It was, they're going to get all those You're
Yeah.
going to lose all the Texas kids,
Yeah.
but you're going to get all the California kids. Well, that didn't happen at all.
Yeah, and that's why I'm glad that CU went back to its Big 12 roots, because when they were recruiting Texas, and there was some great talent, they were really good. I thought when they recruited Texas under McCartney, and they recruited Texas, and they did it for years, they were more physical football team.
Agreed.
They were a stronger football team. They were hard. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah.
And so I like that. I like that they're going back to their roots and recruiting Texas like that. You're never going to have that many out of Colorado because we don't have as many players. So for those of you saying, why don't they recruit Colorado harder? Well, they do, but you don't have as many players as Florida.
The
and Texas.
overall pool, there aren't as many fish in it. Sometimes those fish go to K-State. Sometimes those fish go to USC. There just aren't as many fish as there are in the Dallas.
Yeah, the
pond.
Southeast is like, it's just a factory of, Louisiana doesn't have a ton of people, but they will spit out hundreds of D1 players.
Sure. Do you know why a lot of NFL scouts are salivating over Shador Sanders? You use your eyes, you can see that he's a very good quarterback. I didn't realize it until I went back and looked at this. For as many times as he was sacked last year or in a hurried position, he was being attacked from every angle, right? Do you know that his completion percentage was 70%?
Yeah.
He's
really good.
Really good.
He's really good.
That's really good. You're completing 70% of your passes despite the onslaught that you faced for most of the season.
And it's not like he
Really
was
good.
just
Now-
dumping off, 2-yard passes behind the line of
He had
scrimmage.
to do that on occasion, but he threw the ball downfield when he had to.
Yeah.
So add to that, if they can establish a run game tonight and keep the defense on its heels and make them guess, because they didn't have to guess last year. They knew what the CU was doing. Make them guess. Dude, his numbers are going to be through the roof.
Yep. Can I give you a number? And this is just something to keep in mind for tonight as we were talking about, hey, you got to be able to control the line of scrimmage against this team. So a lot of this has to do with offense. Last year, CU ran the football a grand total of 358 times. Okay?
Okay.
How many times do you think NDSU attempted a run last year?
See, 358.
720 times.
And, yeah, it's more than double, I'm sure.
618.
Yeah.
And then I broke it down by game because it's a little bit wonky because they played 15 games with their playoff last year.
Right.
It still comes out to 41 times a game they ran the football on average. 41 rushing attempts.
And that's definitely more than their passing attempts.
Oh, their passing attempts, they only threw the ball, let's see, in 15 games, 319 times.
There you go.
Shador, on the other hand, or I guess Shador and then a little bit of the...
He threw it 430.
474 as a team last year, yeah.
As a team, yeah. But Staub played a little bit too, remember?
So in 3 more games played for NDSU last year, they threw the ball about 160 times less.
Yeah.
Like they want to dominate the line of scrimmage and they will run the football until you stop them. And so it's going to be incredibly important tonight that they get that done. But there's I have a real sense of hope here. Despite all the other stuff we were just talking about, how many games they favored in, it's going to be in 4 this year. Now, a lot of games are like tight splits, right? It's, you're a 1 point, 2 point dog, something like that. But you have the ability. And I think we'll get to know this in the first, I would say, past the CSU game, you're going to have a real look at, has the offensive line and the front seven on the defensive side actually changed or not? And if the answer is yes, really, like, sky's the limit for the level of quarterback play they're going to have with the skill position talent and all that stuff. Yeah. If they got that figured out, they could be really good this year. Really good.
Yeah. You know, I'm most excited, obviously, for the scenery and the pomp and circumstances that come.
What do you think that looks like tonight? Like, is that going to be the Lil Wayne party like it was last year? Is it going to be a little bit toned down, you think? What do you think it's going to be?
I don't know. I can't wait to find out. I don't think it's going to go to that extent. I mean, we don't have game day here. It doesn't have that same feel. It's the opener. It's a night game, which is great. But I'm most looking forward to, I can't wait to watch Travis Hunter play football.
Mm-hmm. 100%.
I agree. I just don't know. I mean, how much is he going to play on both sides of the ball? I don't know. I guess probably against North Dakota State, probably a lot. You know, I mean, he's fresh, ready to go, and try to take advantage of his awesome ability on both sides. So I would expect tonight he'll play plenty. I understood, though, was as of yesterday, weren't there still like 2,000 tickets left? Something like that, that there was still an availability. You think they'll be gone?
Yeah, I seem to think every game will be a sellout again this year, barring some crazy stuff. I think part of the reason why there are tickets left is the price. They're more expensive than they were a year ago.
Oh, yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
I mean, now that the price is driven up a little bit, it's not as cheap. I don't know how much it costs. Go online. How much does it cost to go to the game tonight?
It says right now, if you want to go on the secondary market, this is the secondary, it's $82 to get in the building.
It's not cheap. That's not cheap.
No, it isn't. If you want to go at the Corn, the cheapest ticket to get you in the building at the Corn next week is $159.
Woof.
Right.
Damn, those Corn people have a lot of money. It's a lot of milk being produced, mass production.
Hold on.
Of milk
a lot of dairy cash coming in there.
And right now, if you want to get to, and this has gone down, if you want to get to Canvas and see the Rams and the Buffs, to get the secondary market, and there's no tickets left, the secondary get in the building price is $211.
That's wild. That's crazy.
Yeah. Not only that, but Cincinnati, October 26th. Now, that's a home game. That's the parents' weekend or family weekend or whatever that is. Boulder, $271 right now. Now, depending on how the Buffs play between now and then, that could go up. It could go down. That's the secondary market.
By the way, Texter makes a good point. Technically, the Buffs only have 21 starters because Travis Hunter plays on both sides. It is a good point. As we were trying to figure out returning starters to the team and not.
So two guys were on the team that didn't start but played, and now they're starting this year.
Yes.
11 new guys, that's 13, and 8 returning starters, one of them being Travis Hunter, who plays both sides of the football.
By the way, do you think the Travis Hunter thing this year looks the same as it did last year? Or are they going to try and spell him a little bit more and give him a couple more breathers?
Did you read that ESPN article about him? He has this guy that he works with, this performance coach, and he has a lot of track and field athletes do these drills where they run 100-yard sprints, 10 sets, and they get tired. And this guy says after 6 or 7, this guy's still going.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't get tired. Now, if you watched the Stanford game last year, he looked tired.
I think part of that was coming off the injury. Maybe his conditioning wasn't right, that sort of thing. Had something to do with that. There's also, the factor that track and field athletes don't deal with, which is getting hit hard. Like, that probably takes a little bit out of you, too. Like, you're on both sides. You're either doing the hitting or receiving the hitting. That probably doesn't help. Like, you want to show me a track and field athlete who takes the shot that he did in the Colorado State game and then, still want to do these drills here for a little bit? Probably not.
Yeah, Femke Bowl. Hey, Femke, take one of those hits and then try to win a gold anchoring that 4x400 mixed relay, right?
Oh, it hurt a little bit, but I'm feeling I'm okay. That's where is she from? Holland? What is she from?
Yeah, Holland.
Remember that was the girl with the finishing kick. She ended up beating the U.S. and she sounded like Mickey Mouse when she was talking about.
No, that was the race last year where she sounded like Mickey Mouse. That was last year.
Oh, was it last year?
But that was her. Yeah. Again, she's from Holland, also known as the Netherlands.
Yeah, figure it out.
And the people are called what?
Danes?
That's Denmark.
Well, dude, how am I supposed? They could call themselves whatever they want, I guess.
It's Holland, the
Dutch.
Netherlands,
Dutch,
and the Dutch.
Yeah, Dutch. Sorry, Dutch. That's what I meant.
Did he call the Swiss the Danes?
Sorry, I meant the Dutch.
Who's just the flip-flopsies are?
I got my D's messed up.
Who's the flippy-flopsies?
Oh, it was amazing. I mean,
Hey,
it was such a
hey.
strong race. We were all running so fast, multiple running in the 50s. So
I mean,
knew
that's
I
a
had to
real
go out
person.
fast. I had Lika in front of me, so I wanted to be in front. And I could hear halfway she was behind me, so I was like, okay, this is good. Now we keep going. And this crowd is so amazing.
That's
What in the
that's
world?
Femke. So anyway, Femke Bowles not getting blasted by a 250-pound linebacker as she's rounding the far turn in her 400 hurdles.
She, with any phone call she makes to a stranger, let's say she calls her bank, she's got a banking question, or she's doing what I'm doing right now, which is going back and forth with phone calls to a dealership because I got a transmission issue right now. If that voice, play that again, Nelly.
Oh, it was amazing. I mean,
You're
it was such
hanging
a
up,
strong
right?
race. We
You're
were
thinking it's a prank
all
call.
running so
That's a
fast,
kid calling you.
Maybe. I don't think that means...
If I called the dealership to say, I got the transmission problem, I'm taking my car in today, and when I do that, I say, hi, there's a transmission issue in my Ford Explorer. It's a 2017. Can you... They aren't taking that call seriously.
Well, they should. I mean, maybe you've got a medical issue.
All running so fast, multiple running in the 50s, so I knew.
I don't... Listen, not to have to blast anybody and defend Femke Bol, because I don't give a rat's rip. She was out of breath. She doesn't sound like that exactly when she's just talking on a normal,
Oh, so she's got the wind in her sails.
She's got the wind in her sails, and she's got
Then she talks like this.
Yes.
This is my actual
That's what I was
Actually-
gonna say. I mean, Moj, when you're out
She
of
sounds
breath,
she sounds like Roach. Otherwise, yes.
yeah, because when you're out of breath, Moj, you don't sound like, oh yeah, my Achilles just busted here, but it was a good race out there. You don't swing that
in
much.
what world do you get out of breath and your voice goes 8 octaves higher?
I don't know. Nelly, if you ever find a regular Femke Bol, it doesn't even matter. Anyway, the point is that somebody says, I'd pay good money to see Noah Lyles take a hit from Travis Hunter.
I saw another video. We don't need to play it, but I saw another video of Noah Lyles doing another interview talking about Tyreek Hill where he can't remember the name again. Do you guys know that? He said, the cheetah guy. He's still doing that.
He's putting on a show.
Of course he is.
Yeah.
Jerk. Anyway, we'll get back to the Buffs in a little bit. I have a lot of audio from the Broncos yesterday. Sean Payton speaking about the 53-man roster. We got the full practice squad that's set. That's made up of largely the players that were cut over the last couple of days. So we'll get to that in a couple of minutes. Just quickly, so there's a story that came out this morning. So Tom Brady is going to embark on his $375 million broadcasting contract this year. He's also trying to be part owner of the Vegas Raiders, which provides a little bit of a conflict of interest. It turns out if he does both of these, he needs to abide by a unique set of restrictions as a broadcaster, including no access to practice or production meetings, which in the grand scheme of things is not a huge deal, I wouldn't think. Now, I haven't been on the broadcasting side. I don't know what those entail, especially for national broadcasters.
You get some inside dope. You get some inside stuff from the coaches that they won't necessarily tell anybody else. You might get a little inside information. I mean, they sit down and they try to dig a little bit so they can use it on the broadcast as the game is going on.
Here's my question, though, just quickly. If you had to choose one or the other, I say, Moj, you can quit right now, and I will give you a $375 million contract to call hockey games for NHL Network or, TNT, whatever, right? Or I'll make you part owner of the Raiders. What do you choose?
I'm going to choose to broadcast, I think.
I think I would too. Now, if I was Tom Brady and I already had money, because here's the thing. The ownership thing.
Yeah, I don't have $375 million in the bank, bro.
It's worth a lot when you go to sell it, but that takes time.
But he also doesn't have he's a partial owner. He's just an investor basically at that. He can't run the ship the way he wants to.
Right.
He doesn't make the calls. I mean, that's why when Peyton Manning decided what he was going to do with the rest of his life after football, and everybody intimated he'd go into coaching. That was never going to happen. Front office, well, maybe. Ownership, you got to get the money. What he's doing now, a little bit of everything, dipping his toe in a lot of different waters, a lot of different pools, and he's running his own production company. Is there a better job than Peyton Manning's job? He can do whatever he wants.
Right. Also, as I'm reading this, he would be prohibited from publicly criticizing game officials and other teams.
Because he'd be subject to a fine.
Right. He could, in theory, state that he disagrees with the call on air. He would be subject to fines or even a suspension if he went too far. So basically, if he wants to be part owner of the Raiders, he's absolutely neutered as a broadcaster.
Yeah, pretty much.
He can just say what went on, what's going on in the game right there, but he can't give any insight into.
Can't be critical, really.
Can't be
of anything.
critical. You can't say, "Oh man, these guys made a bad play." Hey, pick one. If that's the rule, then pick one, dude.
That's the nice thing about the Manning cast. They are critical. Now, it's not like over the top, but they will say, "What are you doing?" or "What was he thinking?" or stuff like that. Tom Brady is like literally not allowed to say a bad word about anything.
Dig this. There is a precedent. In 2017, Panthers tight end Greg Olsen, who went on to become a regular broadcaster, called some games for Fox, including one against the Vikings.
Oh, when he was still active.
Yeah, because the Vikings were an upcoming opponent of the Panthers, Olsen wasn't given usual broadcast crew access. And, of course, he worked on the top team since retirement, and now Brady's supposed to replace him.
Hey, Vic.
Yeah.
If I made Scott Hastings a part owner of the Nuggets, how many times is he fined during a broadcast?
Huh.
Just in general?
That would be a difficult assignment.
Now Hastings wants a
He'd
piece.
probably have to file for bankruptcy despite being a part owner. Which probably would have to happen at the end of the year.
Get that shot out of here.
303-504-0925. Some audio from Sean Payton and the decisions on why the 53-man roster is the way it is. We'll get to it next.
Holland. What do you mean, what is it? It's a country right next to Belgium.
No, that's the Netherlands.
Holland is the Netherlands.
Then who are the Dutch?
I'd leak in front of me, so I wanted to be in front, and I could hear how big she was behind me, so I was like, okay.
You know what? I'm going to make a decree.
I'm sorry. We talked about Travis Hunter getting trucked or trucking someone and then working out with racers, and it got into Femke Bowl, and the whole thing went sideways. My bad.
No, I just want to run fast.
She hauled tail, though. I'll tell you that.
I could hear how big she was behind me, so I was like, okay.
I mean, she's really impressive. It's just, I don't know if I can take her seriously. Femke.
You
Anyway.
were a bigger fan of her brother, Bowl.
Yes, exactly right.
Exactly.
They're obviously related. I'm going to make a decree as the benevolent dictator of the world, okay? No more two names for countries. You got to pick one, okay?
All right, sounds good. Maybe we'll get...
What is this? Netherlands and Holland, UK, England, Great Britain. Enough.
Yeah. Well,
You choose one.
There's a big difference.
There's not a big difference.
With the England thing, there's a total difference.
They don't get to claim other countries as some sort of conglomerate.
The thing, somebody's like, let's get this straight. Holland is a region like Denver, Colorado to the U.S. It is, but it's also another name for the entire country. My good buddy Ralph lives. Someday we'll get Ralph on. If we have an excuse to get Ralph.
There's no another names for countries.
Okay.
It's a name.
Brett, hold on. So then which one are you going to pick? USA, America, United States of America?
No. That's just shortening it.
Well, America, USA, I mean, we call this country a lot of things. You got to pick one.
Those are just initials and you're shortening the name. It's like if your name is Steven and we call you Steve. Your name's not different.
Yeah, there's 3 different names.
Just a short name.
For the Netherlands. 3 different names.
Now, if you're like, hey, I'm Steven, but I'm also Alex, but you can also call me Chad. That's what I'm saying. You can't have that.
Okay, if we ever have an excuse to get Ralph on, you can ask him about it, all right?
You pick a name. That's it.
Who was
And
my
it's
backsack?
done.
Where's my backsack? Who has seen my backsack? Cracks me
Holland,
up.
Netherlands, get the hell out of here. Done.
Hey, did you see of the 6 quarterbacks drafted, top 12, how many of them will start game 1?
3.
That's remarkable to me. That's remarkable.
One of
them's hurt.
Well, one's hurt. One was a given with the Michael Penix one.
Yeah.
Now-
That was the one I thought, okay, that's the one.
Right.
The 3, the 1, 2, and 6, I thought that, well, you knew the 1 and 2 were going to start for sure, and you had a great feeling about the 6. The third guy, the third guy taken is going to.
What you doing over there?
What are you doing?
I had to remove this. You ever had these tags in your shirts that just cause pain?
and they
Yeah, but it sounded like you're
They
playing.
tickle.
It sounded like you were playing with bubble wrap.
It did.
No, these cause so much pain.
They do.
Can I ask you? I'm sorry to interrupt. Is this really necessary? In a shirt, is it 3 pages? Look at this.
Looks like a
There are 3
CVS
pages.
receipt.
It's a pamphlet, is what it is.
There are 3 pages,
Yeah.
back and front. Back and front.
That looks like if you go to like a pop-up shop and you pay with a card, they give you that little receipt, the little thin guy. That's what that looks like.
Kinda.
Yeah. I have 3-page instructions. I don't know what this says. Please do not eat shirt. It
But
could
it's not,
kill you.
But it's not paper. That's the problem. It's not paper. Whatever those tags are made out of is
What are
like
we
some
doing?
sort of plastic something or other.
Why are these necessary? How much money do we waste in the world to put these on shirts?
Now they're telling you how to wash it, I guess. I don't know what to tell you, brother.
Put it in the wash machine.
Okay.
Huh. Yeah, what is that made of? Those little tags. And they stink.
They hurt.
They hurt. They tickle. They're bothersome.
Yeah, they're lame.
What's the point? It's just one extra add-on to a clothing article. What?
Okay, outside
We all
of,
know how to wash our clothes.
outside of like suits or like a little bit fancier clothing. I'm just saying this level of shirt, shorts, whatever. You've never looked at those tags.
You know who's got
Not
the
once.
worst ones too? You ever buy Lululemon? They got those long tags too. Long ones. Like 7, 8. I mean, they're long.
So anyway,
I'll take your word. Hey, how about if I take your word for it? Okay, thanks, buddy. As far as the quarterbacks are concerned, the only one that I had a question mark about, we knew Penix wasn't going to play. McCarthy probably. I don't know if he's going to start. He might have. The one I really had a question about, it's been answered in New England, where Brissett is going to start the season, and they're going to bring Drake May along a little bit.
So what? I thought Brissett got hurt pretty bad in that last preseason game. I guess not. Not as bad as they thought initially. I don't. Just on the surface, I think if I was a fan of New England, as I would be if the same thing happened here, I'd be pretty unhappy that we're just kicking this can down the road.
I wouldn't, because they have a different kind of plan there. They want to groom their young quarterback and bring him along and along and along and along. Whereas here, he's the best option, according to Sean Payton. I don't know that Drake May is the best option in New England right now. Brissett's been there, and if he stumbles, you can always put the rookie in and let him get some playing time.
But
Drake May will play this year. But Drake May will play football.
See, I never understood this. So what's the point? Stidham's going to start the year. Now, don't get me wrong. Bo Nix is going to play, but then why? Why?
Because they know they're not going anywhere either. They're not going anywhere in New England. Zero. Nowhere.
But this is the question I had when we were still thinking that this was a battle between Jarrett Stidham and Bo Nix. The reason you don't start Bo Nix is because, or in this case, Drake May, is because you don't think he's ready, I guess. Or maybe he's not as good as Jacoby Brissett, but we're talking like marginal stuff here. So in a month and a half, he's ready? You needed an extra, 45 days, and then he's good to go? That makes no sense to me at all. Zero. Like, you draft somebody 3rd overall, Moj, you play that guy. Almost always. There's a few exceptions that I would accept.
Trey Lance?
If you had a team that was Super Bowl caliber and a quarterback who was really good on the roster already, then I can understand you waiting, like Alex Smith and Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
The Patriots are maybe the worst team in the NFL. And Jacoby Brissett is, at best, a good backup. That's what I don't get.
I don't know what to tell you, man. They have a different philosophy there. And again, but it's also different. Bo Nix has a lot of football behind him, and May has some. He's also 24 years old. He's ready to handle the role of being a starting quarterback. I don't know what's going on inside Drake May's head or what they see in meetings and film room and all that sort of thing. I have no idea. But clearly their path to their young quarterback is different than ours.
Well, speaking of QBs, this was Sean Payton's response. We heard George Payton yesterday. Sean Payton's response on keeping 3 quarterbacks for game day. So let's go to cut 6, if you could, please, here, Nelly. Nelly was giggling at something on the text line. Don't think I didn't see that.
Hey, there's some things on Twitch I can't repeat in present company, but here's what Sean had to say.
Here's the deal. He's out there. He's doing everything, and my understanding is he can enter the game when the other 2 are hurt.
And no definition on hurt or injured or anything like that? Or
I should probably have you write the policy or, in other words. But look, I know when they initially discussed this, it came after San Francisco and Philadelphia, and the initial approach was possibly can every team elevate a practice squad quarterback. I was surprised it didn't pass, and it didn't pass. The union didn't pass it. So, look, this is where it is. Last year, I think 13 or 14 teams had 3, and then the remaining teams had 2 and 1 on a practice squad. I think the exercise in your 53 and then your practice squad is really holding on to your assets, guys that you feel like are talented, and certainly that applies to Stiddy and Zach, very much so.
So that's Payton talking about why he kept 3 quarterbacks. Now, I think you laid this out pretty nicely yesterday, Vic, when you said the reason that didn't pass the players' union is they didn't want somebody at quarterback position being paid practice squad money but playing in an actual NFL game. And that actually makes total I side with the union on that. That would be like that's a cheat code where you need to pay that guy if he's going to play in a game. I totally agree.
Of course. The construction of this team yesterday after we left air, they added that tight end from the Chargers.
Yeah, Parham.
That his name?
Yeah.
Big guy.
I
Big
like
guy.
it.
Whose position do you think he takes? Like, who drops?
That's a
Well,
great question.
He's on the practice squad
For now.
for now.
I mean,
think he's
that doesn't mean anything now because as Sean Payton so aptly put, this whole practice squad, active roster thing, once the season starts, man, people are jumping up and down all the time.
Yeah. I guess he might be a guarantee to make the opening day roster. I don't know. I kind of thought that he was an insurance policy for if somebody got hurt or something like that, if Dulcich had to miss another game or if Troutman went down or blah, blah, blah. I thought, in my mind, that's what I thought it was when they picked him up, although it's a very good insurance policy. Like, Parham's a huge body, like, decent enough player. I like the move. But I see what you're saying. Like, Tim Patrick is technically, I think, on the Lions practice squad right now, but he'll be on the active roster on game day. Yeah.
Theoretically.
I found it interesting, too, that Sean Payton mentioned this, and the size of the Broncos' skill position players right now. Think about where they're going and what they've been. Outside of Mims and Troy Franklin, everybody's huge.
Huge.
They're huge.
So let's actually, I'll just go through everybody at the skill positions of the Broncos and let you guys see the sizes of these dudes. So let's start running back. Audric Estime is 5'11", but he's 227 pounds. Javonte Williams is 5'10", but he's 220 pounds. And you have Jaleel and Blake Watson are both tinier guys around they have Jaleel listed at 187.
Really?
Does Jaleel look like he's almost 190 pounds to you?
He's gotten bigger.
He
definitely looks bigger than last year.
He looks thick to me.
In the legs, Brett. The legs. Look at the legs.
I always forget to do that. I'm glad you're here to remind me. Tight ends. Adam Troutman is 6'5", 253 pounds. Lucas Kroll is 6'6", 260 pounds. Greg Dulcich is 6'4", 245 pounds, and Nate Atkins is 6'3", 252 pounds. That's beef. A lot of beef at tight end. And then your wideouts, 6'3", 6'3", 6'4", 6'5", and Mims is 5'11".
I mean, they're huge.
Yeah.
And Peyton said it. He said one of the reasons we win with these bigger receivers is they need to block. We want to get our run game going. What is he telling us? What is Sean Payton telling the world, essentially?
Okay.
They're going to run the ball.
Let's hang on to that for a second, because that combined with something else, it just tells you all you need to know about the Broncos coming up this year. I do want to get back to the Buffs as well. They open up their season 6 o'clock on ESPN tonight against North Dakota State. Stick around.
Silterhar Motors in Broomfield is family-owned, and that means something to me. It's not one of these big corporate places, which is why I've been doing business with them for an awfully long time. They've got tons of new Ford Broncos right now on the lot. How about leasing a Mazda CX-90? $299 a month with $2,000 down, and they're flush right now with over 1,100 new and pre-owned certified vehicles in stock. The Mosher Special going strong. Ask for it. $1,000 in free accessories or free 3-year maintenance or an extra $1,000 in trade allowance. All you've got to do this week is head to Highway 36 and Wadsworth and see it all. Or if you want to go online, go and browse, pick and choose, look at the different vehicles and find the one that you want for the upcoming winter months. Go to sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
All right, that time of
On
the
the
week,
road,
8 o'clock
gotta
on
make ends
Thursdays.
meet.
We talk to Jeff Lakewald, ESPN.com, and nice day to do it as the Broncos are cut down to 53-man roster and getting ready for a week and a half from now, opening up the season. Jeff, good to see you, buddy. How you doing?
I'm good. I noticed you guys, come in with a little rock and roll band from my era, I guess.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, I have never in my life asked you if you liked music or what kind of music you like, but clearly a little Boston coming back here got you going a little bit.
Mose, I like everything. My playlist is nutty because, kids will do that for you.
Oh, yeah.
They enlighten me with all kinds of cool stuff. But, yeah, no, I love it all.
Leggy, with this cut down to 53, the 53-man roster, what was the biggest surprise to you?
Well, I believed that they believed the words that this would be a young team, but it's been a while since, especially, at the 2s and the 3s on the depth chart, it's been a while since we've seen a team, sort of this young. They kept all the draft picks except one, multiple undrafteds. If you go 2 years, 2 seasons or less, I think there are 23 players on this team with 2 seasons or less experience. So part of that is their own doing. The Russell Wilson decision took the cap, down to historical tightness. And I think we're seeing the result of that. But I do think they would have gotten younger, whether or not they had the cap troubles or not. But they are indeed very young, especially in the backup role.
Leggy, we were all, I guess, surprised by Tim Patrick, especially after the game he had against Green Bay. And they wanted to go young. I get it. But follow me on this. If they felt he was ready to play, if the injuries were behind him, and he's a proven commodity, and the goal this year is to make your young quarterback develop, make your young quarterback look good, why not give your young quarterback that proven commodity?
Well, Vic, I think it came down to I think Quinn Bailey's injury forced them to add another lineman. So that was a roster spot. And they were afraid they were going to lose Blake Watson on waivers. So that's a second roster spot. And they kept a third quarterback. So that is a third roster spot on offense that many of the scenarios they did even a week ago, didn't include. And I think in a perfect world, they wanted to keep 6 receivers, but when you added those 3 extra roster spots that they needed, and all 3 of them were on offense, I think he got caught in the squeeze there, especially when he doesn't play special teams. And when a team's making those last 6 or 7 decisions, that's always going to go to the special teams coach, who says, I need this, I need that. And Tim does not play special teams at this point. After 2 years of missed time of injury, that's not going to be on his docket.
Jeff, when I look at the guys who are on the practice squad, and again, little Jordan Humphrey seems to be going along the same route he did last year, but how does it work on a weekly basis where he could be on the active roster and play on any given day, then go back down? How does all this kind of thing work? Because I would assume that he and maybe even a guy like Burton, depending on the opponent, might be able to do that. But I don't know the mechanism.
Yeah, at most it's two per game can come up from the practice squad. So depending on what their injury situation looks like but last year Humphrey was on the practice squad and played in every game. So it tells you, their intentions there. And I think Burton and Humphrey both, I think the agreement was when Sean Payton sat down with them is just hang in there, be patient, and we're going to bring you back and you'll have a chance to be elevated and make your usual game check because you're on the game day roster. But you can elevate 2 a week. That does not include the third quarterback who can be in uniform and go in the game if the first 2 are injured.
Leggy, the 53 guys on the roster right now, will those be the same 53 when the season kicks off next Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, I think every week you're going to be able to ask that question because this head coach, has made no secret. He likes the waiver wire if he thinks there's a better guy out there. So I think they're always going to be looking and be fluid, but I think they've made the decisions they want to make so far, unless, they've gotten a medical report on somebody who's getting treatment that they think needs a few more weeks.
Leggy, I've asked you this before, and we brought this up on the show yesterday. No one had the answer. Can you please explain to me again why on game days the NFL only allows 46 players to play when there are all those inactives? Why don't they just let all the guys play?
It's the dumbest thing ever. It's always been the dumbest thing. I think it's the cruelest thing in history. They do it for the Super Bowl. Like, you get all the way to the Super Bowl and somebody tells you you're inactive and you can't even wear the Super Bowl uniform that day. It's just stupid. It's always been when the competition committee starts to talk about it, there's always a coach or two that just thinks it's so unfair if one team has 52 healthy players and he's only got 47 healthy players. And it's a rather arbitrary number. They didn't do the analytics back then and figure out that the average number of healthy players every week is 45 or 46. They did none of that. So that number isn't even based on anything, yet they still cling to it. But I do think there's a lot more momentum now, especially with the practice squads finally where they should have been 20 years ago. Finally, I think there's some momentum to finally just say, no game day inactives. Every healthy player in uniform can play if he wants to or can. And but it is dumb. It's always been dumb, and even the league doesn't have a good answer for it.
Yeah. In fact, I'm going to recommend on our morning show, there's three of us. Every morning, one of us is going to be an inactive. And we just sort of
game day inactive? Yeah.
Yes.
No, that would be good. I think they would call that a rotation at some point.
Well, depending,
it's usually Mosier. Mosier's inactive most of the week.
I was going to say, depending on the segment, it's Vic.
Well, Leggy, I'll tell you this.
Yeah, no, I've been with Vic when he suddenly looks down at his phone or something, and that's it, game over.
Leggy, if Vic gets a mean text, he's inactive for about 2 segments afterwards. Inactive.
We do, Vic, what are you doing? I'm fighting with somebody. I'll get back to you in a minute.
Vic has been patient enough to do television with me, and Vic can do television on like 1/10 of a second notice. So sometimes I didn't even know we were on the air, and we were on the
air. Leggy, can I ask you to psychoanalyze my brain for a second? And let me know this. I don't
want to go in there.
Well, too bad. Scary. Too bad. You're taking a deep dive. I'm having this sort of inner battle because when training camp started, I thought it was totally plausible that the Broncos could have been one of the teams picking in like the top 5 in next year's draft. And then camp went on, and I was like, you know what? They got maybe not blue chip elite players, but solid players at a lot of these positions. And now I'm in the place of they aren't a playoff team, nothing like that, but better than I thought at the beginning of camp. Is that training camp brain taking over and you just watch them every day so you start to like things more, or is that real? Do you feel the same way?
No, it's I just was talking to somebody, a younger writer in another city covering a team who asked me the same question, and I said there are two, in my time doing this, there are two prime moments of optimism around an NFL team, and that's right after the draft and it used to be 1 week, but in the 1 or 2 weeks between the end of the preseason and the start of the regular season. Those are the two highest points of optimism around any NFL team I've ever covered. And then teams play the opener and, stuff happens. Half of them lose, basically. And, so it begins. But this has always been sort of an optimistic moment around NFL teams. And it is around here, that it's a new season, a fresh season. but it's eventually, it's like every college football, whatever. Eventually, the games get played, and all of the chatter goes into the distance. And sometimes because it's the only team you're looking at, you're kind of doing it in a vacuum. So as they do better as camp goes on, because basically they've practiced more, it sort of does mess with your head a little bit. But I would say they still have depth issues, and we still don't know really who the finishers are going to be in the red zone until you see some of that. And look, Bo Nix has done absolutely everything a rookie quarterback's got to do to win the job, but he is going to play like a rookie, and I think it's really unfair for people to expect him to not play like a rookie.
Yeah. Jeff, real quick, though, on the quarterbacks, talking to other people around the league, are your friends, your people surprised they kept 3? And what's the thought if they didn't keep 3? Would Zach Wilson, as you talked about, as an insta-claim, would he be gone and someplace else?
I think so, Moj. I don't know that for certain. I didn't get anybody to tell me, oh, yeah, we'd claim him, because I think if they were interested, they were trying to keep it on the down low. But I think he would have, Penn. I just looked at the state of quarterbacking around the league. I mean, Jacoby Brissett just beat out Drake May in New England. If but they've basically decided, and I think it's the right move. You find out for yourself. You don't take the Jets' word for it that he can't play. You figure it out for yourself.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com. Last thing for you, Leg, and we'll let you go. We do have a game tonight with a team here locally. CU Buffs taking on NDSU. What's your outlook for the Buffs this year? What do you think happens?
Well, I've talked to some scouts who've made the rounds, and I think they have some concerns about the offensive line, particularly the right side. I think that's when you talk to pro personnel guys, and again, that's not a gauge for how good a college team is, I know, but there's concern that are they going to be able to protect the quarterback any better than they did last year? And, our team's just going to overload that side of the formation just to take advantage. And, the turnover is so great up there with the portal, more than even most schools. I think there really is some uncertainty about, what is their talent level beyond the marquee guys.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, joins us every single Thursday. Thank you, Leggy. Appreciate it.
Thanks, fellas. And let me know who's inactive next week.
Yeah, you bet.
Absolutely.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com. All conversations with Leggy brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career, and all guests. Join us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need a Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com.
At this rate, I might be inactive for a while. Anyway, I can't find my CU hat. Somebody took my CU hat, and I think my kid took it.
Is that the one that got stolen when you went to the game last year and he had to get it back? Is that the one?
Oh, that was the golf tournament.
Oh, that was a golf tournament.
Yeah, that was the golf tournament.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But I got a really cool one, and somebody keeps taking it, and I suspect it's my child, and that's not cool. Just so you know. If you have children, especially boys, that take a lot of your stuff and never ask for it, has your daughter, Moj, ever just taken your stuff?
100%. Not only that, you know what? My daughter would take my T-shirts. She would, because teenage girls now, they wear like big old, but you know what they do?
Yes.
Like my T-shirts. I'm like, that's my T-shirt.
And then they put their knees in it?
Yes. I just recovered Chris Fuselier. Love Chris Fuselier, but he gave me one of those shirts where the Nebraska kid is crying, the 62-36 game.
Yeah.
Remember, he's on Fox and crying and all that kind of thing. Anyway, I have a T-shirt of that. And I just my kid just went off to Cincinnati. I just recovered that shirt. I'm like, it's been missing for 2 years, and I finally just found it. Unbelievable. It's like an archaeological hunt to find your stuff.
My daughter takes my binkies. It's not fair.
You know,
daddies.
You think it's all fun and games. You just wait. Vic, he doesn't even know. Look at his face. He doesn't even know
He doesn't get
what's
it.
ahead.
It's going to happen.
He has no clue.
It's going to happen. Sooner or later, it's going to happen. You're going to find stuff missing, some of your favorite stuff, like that Air Force hat. That's nice. Wait till it's gone.
Hat.
You know what?
Hats. I found one of my favorite Hockey Hall of Fame hats crumpled up in the corner of a room about 6 months ago. I'm like, I've been looking for this for a year. I thought I lost it someplace.
303-504-0925. So let's just spend a couple of minutes before you hit a break. I feel like the camp brain got me. I do feel like it got me. Now
it gets a lot. It gets a lot of people.
But
you're not alone.
I'm reasonable though. Like, I don't think the Broncos are a playoff team. I don't even think they matched the record that they had last year. I just don't think they're one of the worst teams in the league, like I thought was maybe possible at the beginning of the year. Is that camp brain or is that being fair? Because I feel like that's just being fair about what I was witnessing. And maybe I'm wrong, but I look at the Patriots. That's one of the worst teams in the league.
Yeah.
There's no question about it. The Panthers are one of the worst teams in the league, no question about it. I don't think the Broncos are that level, and I thought maybe they were at the beginning of camp. And I think I'm just trying to be fair on this and not being taken over by some sort of mystical camp fairy dust.
Well, you're not alone. People do that. What happens then, Vic, is you get to the regular season and you have your camp fairy dust and you have your brain working the way it does. And then you get your ass kicked and a sense of reality snaps you back into being a normal human being again. Listen, I think the Broncos are better than a 5.5 win team. I really, truly do. But you know what? But you don't. But Vic, you don't know. You got a rookie quarterback. You just heard Legwold. And by the way, Leggy's always couched it, and I think Sean Payton has a little bit too, but rookies are going to make rookie mistakes. Now, he may be the smartest rookie in the class. He may be this, maybe that. There's a learning. How smart was Peyton Manning as a quarterback? There is a learning curve that they all go through. Manning just happened to break out of his like that next year, 13-3, and off and running to a Hall of Fame career. So I don't know what this kid is going to be eventually, but he is going to make rookie mistakes, and you have to, Brett, you have to keep that in mind. It's going to happen, and I think that sense of reality will get you at one point or another.
See you playing tonight, 6 o'clock on ESPN. Break down more of that game when we return. Stick around.
Does tax season really ever end? Seems like the IRS is always mailing out letters, warnings, collections. If you're behind on taxes, beware. The latest weaponized letter from the IRS is the LT11. It's a notice of intent to levy. This is the real deal. You have 30 days to file an appeal. If you miss that 30-day deadline, the IRS can levy your bank accounts, garnish your wages, seize your assets. They own you and they know it. IRS must have mailed millions of these LT11 letters last week. If you get one, there's only one place to call: Advanced Tax Solutions. That's Advanced Tax Solutions. Todd Whalen, he's been navigating people through the tax maze for over 30 years. He and his team know better than anyone how to handle it. So call him today, 303-753-6040. That's 303-753-6040 or advancedtaxsolutions.com.
I got an idea. Vic, this pertains to you specifically, so you need to listen up. Kaner, what happens to golf courses when football starts on Saturdays and Sundays? What happens?
They vacate.
So if you need a tee time, you're going to start being able to get a tee time here pretty quick, right? Well, on Saturdays and Sundays, you're going to be able to get some tee times. Why, if I'm a golf course, how much does it cost to put like a TV screen in a car? Like if you want all the,
that'd be sick.
All the dudes at your place and gals too who like sports, how do you get like, I don't know, you can watch college football, or on Sunday you can watch your team.
Well, you could get one of the little things that you could probably stick on your cart with your phone, right? You could do that. European Cup was that had Italy's soccer team in it.
Right.
I was playing with Vic and his brothers, and they were watching that. And Adelio, who didn't make a sound for 17 straight holes, as I'm lined up over a ball, jumps out and screams as he sprints outside the cart. Yeah. That's all I heard when I was lined up over the ball.
So or bring your own iPad? Is that it? Just bring your own.
Probably.
Somebody says bring your own iPad. All right, pace of play. Pace of play is dead. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe.
Yeah.
How do you kill? You got to kill two birds with one stone.
I'm not saying you sit in your cart when it's like you're open to hit and you watch the game. It's like for the in between.
I need a 20-inch screen. Like I need from the top of the cart hanging down. In front of the windshield, I need a screen.
Like one of those, one of the old minivan headrests, TV sets?
Yeah, sure. Well,
Can I say something about screens? So yesterday, I went with my mom and dad to Sam's. They love their trips to Sam's. My dad gets to drive in that little cart. He absolutely enjoys. We went there just to get water.
Wait, he's in a
hover?
We walked out of Sam's. He's in a hover round?
Yeah, those
things are cool.
Carts, man.
They're cool.
Yeah, those things are badass.
Like
cruising down Federal all over again.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we're driving around. We're going around Sam's. We went there to get water, the basic essentials. You know what we walked out of Sam's with? 2 70-inch televisions, each $3.99.
It'll get you, dude. I
mean, how do you sell a 70-inch television for $3.99? How is this possible?
It's remarkable.
I need the TV in our bedroom. The screen is going dark. So it's unless all the lights are out, you can't really even see the screen, and then that means it's starting to go, right? I've adjusted all the brightness and everything. It's nothing works, but the screen is going. It's starting to go dark on us. So we're debating whether or not to even get a new TV or even keep a TV in the bedroom. I don't know.
Oh, it's $3.99, 70 inches.
Well, I don't go to Sam's. I'm a Costco guy.
I'm Costco. My parents are Sam's, so I get the best of both worlds.
Oh, you get to double dip. Look at you.
I double dip that sucker, and I check. I check prices.
I go to Costco. I can't. I don't think I can walk by the TV. I don't even need a TV, but if I see one on a good deal, I'm like, dude, I feel like I could find somewhere to
They
put
are not.
that.
They are not stupid. That's why when you walk into Costco,
first thing you see,
all the really cool
Just
crap
lined
is
up.
right up front. So it's all the TVs, all the headphones, and they have like a big.
Oh, you want some peanut butter? You walk to the very back of that store. You get the peanut butter.
The dog food is that you might as well take a shuttle bus.
Yeah.
So but the TVs are there. They have a pallet full of awesome headphones for cheap, right? And you're like, oh my god, this is a deal I can't pass up. I don't even need them, but I want them.
I've never been in a Sam's before because it's always just been Costco.
Same thing.
But let me tell you, is there a different? Sam's could sell me if they do this. Okay, listen.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have aisles marked with the products or not?
What do you mean by this?
Costco is set up like a giant garage sale. You don't know where anything is. You're just kind of walking around, and it's a treasure hunt to find your item.
It's the same
I know where the air
dude.
compressors are. I know where
what's
that
going,
stuff is.
Why can't
It's the same setup.
Why can't I have
I don't
here's
know.
the chip aisle? Like I have to walk through every single aisle to find something, and then it's
Again,
like batteries are next to car oil, which is next to Nutella. You're like,
Brett, and they're
what's the
smart.
ordering
As soon
here?
as you walk in, Costco or Sam's, What's in your face as soon as you walk in?
Electronics.
The televisions.
Yeah, electronics.
We went to get water. We got 2 70-inchers.
Dude, and they always have that one that's like, for them it's pretty expensive. It's like $1,700, but it looks like the Jaguar is going to leap out of the TV onto your ass. Excuse my language.
And
you know what I mean?
You're always like, man, I'm thinking about it.
Or they have like a hummingbird, and you're like, I can see his pupils. This is amazing. That kind of thing. And I'm
Those TVs are crazy.
And so that's how they get you. And then you walk by the jewelry, get the jewelry aisle and watches and all. And I'm like, no. I don't need any of this stuff. I'm going to the $5.99 pullovers. That's where I'm
It doesn't
going.
matter if you don't need it. You need to buy it. And that's my policy. It doesn't matter if I don't need it. Like, it doesn't matter. I'm buying it.
What are your parents?
It's there.
Wait, hold on a second. The TVs are for you. You're not putting
No,
a 70-inch
they're for my parents.
Where is
No.
Bambina and East? You're going to watch a 70-inch TV.
I want you to understand something
Come
about
on.
my parents. I want you. No.
Your
I
mom
want you to
watches every
experience-
game on her computer, for God's sake.
Listen to this. My mother and father have a television in the basement, and it's sort of the kids' room, that is literally 27 years old. It's one of those big box ones that, that takes 8 people to move in.
Yep.
And so I say, we got to get a new TV. And they go, well, why? We got a TV. No. The TV you have is a Magnavox.
Is it still standard def?
Yes.
Oh.
And it's still sitting there.
Oh.
So it's for my parents, and they don't understand that the new televisions are necessary. If you want to get your grandkids to come over and be entertained, I mean, by God, this is a necessary installment here. Let's go. So that's my role, to convince them. And I convinced them yesterday, especially since they were only $3.99.
Texture says I have both memberships. Sam's is way better or way superior to Costco. Interesting.
Well, I'll say this about the two. Fewer people in Sam's. It was much easier to get around. Costco gets a little overloaded. It gets a little crazy. Sam's was easy yesterday. Sam's was like, no problem. Like a walk in the park.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go get one of them little TVs. Okay? $80, whatever. It's amazing now, right? I'm going to take it with me to the course. And I'm going to figure out a way to get power to it.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult.
And then, hold on. I mean, when there's a will, there's a way, right? I mean, you got spaceships and stuff. Get power to it somehow. And then hook my phone to the TV, and then I can watch the game and play.
Mosher's going to be driving, and there's just going to be the biggest extension cord you've ever seen just waving in the back of the car.
That would be good.
Well, I can put a generator. I play by myself. Just put a generator in the passenger seat.
Ballsy move.
And bungee cord that sucker down.
Hey,
figure it out.
Speaking of television and sports television in this case, did you guys see what ESPN announced yesterday? And it's about time somebody did this. I mean, and we give ESPN a ton of flack, but they deserve full credit. What a wonderful invention. And it's not really an invention. It's just something they're going to start doing. Thank you, ESPN. They're going to start posting on their website every day, every sporting event, and where you can find it. Because what's the biggest, when we clamor to find a game and we can't find the channel where it's located, the actual channel?
I don't understand. They've always done this.
No. They're going to be very specific on where to find
What about the Peacock? Or is just their own stuff?
No, they're going to have actual links to where to find it. Like just press the link, go there.
Gotcha. What are they going to do? Like Paramount and the Peacock and
all of it.
And all,
it's
everything.
about time somebody does this. Because the olds, those of us who are the olds, can't find half the stuff. And if you give me a link, a hyperlink to something, let's go.
This feels like a very specific Vic problem that you've been complaining about the last couple of years.
I'm not the only one. Moshe, come on, tell him. I'm not the only one. You've had trouble finding stuff. Come on. Moshe, come on.
I have. I don't want to admit it, though, because it makes me feel like I'm a dip hole.
Like, give me an example. Had trouble finding what?
Well, on my particular,
I don't know what channel something's on.
On my particular
I understand,
provider,
but give me an like a specific example.
On my particular provider, trying to find channel 20, the Broncos game on channel 20, my provider has 9 News, but does not have channel 20. So now I'm like, okay, and then it's blacked out on the NFL Network, right? I'd have that, but it's blacked out. It's on channel 20 because there was something, a contractual obligation on channel 9. So now I'm like, all right, okay, what do I need to do? So I had to go online. And I'm searching how to find it. Then I've got to go through this party and that party, and finally I've got it. But it took forever.
Someone says just talking to your remote, it'll take you there. My remote doesn't have a walkie-talkie. I don't know what remote
mine
you
doesn't
have.
either.
I don't know what. Some of them do. I don't have the walkie-talkie element to my remote.
I don't have that either.
303-504-0925. Just something quick here, because we have audio of ESPN that we're talking about the CU game tonight that I want to get to in just a couple of minutes.
They're talking about the Buffaloes every single day.
It's not going to stop either. That's why I told you, win or lose, they're going to be discussed.
Stephen A., Feinbaum, and whatever rotating other person they got, they're talking about the Buffs every single day.
And think about this for a second.
Every day.
Think about this. Did you know if Georgia played NDSU tonight, they aren't discussing that? It's not happening. That's crazy. CU is Georgia, Bama, Michigan, Ohio State, USC, Texas. They aren't being discussed if they're playing NDSU tonight. Nobody. But the Buffs are. But I want to get to that in just a second. Quickly, you guys are aware of Megan Thee Stallion, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Rapper, beautiful, all that different stuff, super famous. Saw a video yesterday. She was on Instagram Live, laying down in a dark room. Seems to be a bed they're playing some game, answering relationship questions. You know what her boyfriend was? Torrey
Did they
Craig.
show her boyfriend?
Torrey Craig.
Wait, our former
Yes.
Torrey Craig?
Yes.
My boy.
She's dating Torrey Craig, and they said one of the questions was, who said I love you first? They're at that level of their relationship. Dropping L-bombs with each other.
You're kidding.
Torrey
Look at
Craig
this.
happens to be
Right here.
one of my
Take a peek,
favorite.
Moshe. Come here.
Favorite. He is the consummate pro.
Torrey Craig.
One of my favorite people to ever come through Denver sports.
What's he doing?
You know exactly what he's doing.
I know what he's doing, but
Good on him, man. Good on him. And he's bounced around the league. Remember that year that he played for both teams that ended up in the finals? He played for both with Phoenix and Milwaukee?
Yeah.
In the same season?
Ended up
Where is he now?
he's in Chicago.
Chicago, right?
Yeah.
Good on him.
I was blown away, though. I was watching this video, and I was like, wait, he's dating Torrey Craig, or she's dating Torrey Craig.
Okay, hold on a second. This is a guy who played his college basketball at USC Upstate, which is South Carolina. He was undrafted. Didn't he play in Australia, Vic? Didn't he come over from Australia?
He played in the Australian League.
Yeah, okay.
He played in several other non-NBA leagues, and God, he was a fan favorite here. I don't know about you guys. I love Torrey Craig.
So did
I loved everything about him.
I absolutely
I
love
would
Torrey
take
Craig.
Torrey Craig on this team right now, immediately.
That was
no questions.
Brett, that was your favorite guy for a long time.
I loved Torrey Craig.
Me too.
Did you see Boston signed, see who they signed yesterday? They keep adding to their arsenal.
I didn't, no.
Now I got to find my tweet.
Wait, do you not know who it was?
No, I know who it was. Lonnie Walker, the fourth. Lonnie Walker, the fourth, signed a one-year deal.
Well, let's sign Lonnie Walker the third and try and outdo him.
No, but I want you to think about something. Boston
Oh,
is
that was
deep
cute.
as it is. Do you see how deep that roster is now? They've got veterans they can lean on.
Oh, I know. They're stacked somehow, some way. Yeah, they don't have to deal with aprons and luxury taxes.
Yeah, they do.
Well, not
Sure they do.
Not to the point where
Yeah,
they got to
they
get
do.
rid of people. Don't have to get rid of anybody.
But
Dude,
Lonnie
What
Walker
are you
the fourth
talking
to me
about?
is like just an average guard. To me, that's what he's like, an average guard.
Do you
When I
remember
say-
that game?
when I
where-
say-
Should I be
Hold on.
freaking about this?
When I
or-
say they
no,
don't
you shouldn't
need,
be freaking about it, but it just adds to their depth. All I'm saying is, down the line, he's probably not even going to play much.
what I'm saying is, when I said they don't have to deal with it, here's what I meant. It's not affecting them re-signing their guys in the same way it has affected the Nuggets in the past. That's all I'm saying. Like, they couldn't sign Bruce Brown back, but they could sign Derek White for $140 million despite everybody else getting paid $80 million a year. That's all I'm saying. Stupid. Bad rules. 303-504-0925. So audio, ESPN, Paul Feinbaum, Stephen A. talking about the CU game tonight. The question was, what do you need to see from CU? We'll get to it next.
I know we'll get to some buffs here momentarily. You know, it's sort of weird. Again, we're back in a Broncos holding pattern. 53 is set holding pattern until next week. That's it. We're circling.
What's the holding pattern? What do you mean?
We're somewhere over eastern Colorado in a holding pattern, waiting for us to get the game week on the road at the Seattle Seahawks. That's what we're doing. Holding pattern.
Yeah. I mean, that's when the season
What
starts.
I'm trying to tell you is I don't like it. I want
Well, it'll be upon soon enough.
Yeah, but I want Broncos football now.
Okay, well, here's the thing. You get 1 week, little appetizer of college football, and you'll have a full slate of that all weekend. You'll be fine. Well, we're going to make it.
Do you guys who bet, guys like you, Brett?
Yeah.
Got to talk to Springer. Springer's clearly, I'm sure, just out of it. Do you guys, is this like freak out situation for you this weekend? Like total freak on all the games and you just go crazy and
throw down a few.
Lose
Yeah,
your
quite a
whole
few.
stack and whatever else you do?
I don't like,
A stack.
what do you think I'm
You have a
betting?
stack just sitting.
Do you lose?
Yeah.
Do you lose Grammy C-Note this weekend?
I'm telling you right now.
I very well could.
You would be a much better gambler, or you would provoke a little more thought in how you gamble if you did so with the stack rather than digitally. Because when you do so digitally, it's easier to spend. It's easier to lose that money. If you had it in front of you in your hand.
If you got a stack of C-Notes, Vic, and you have to hand one over to a dude.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
That's a lot harder to do. You're like, here's a Benjamin. It's hard, right?
Well, that's why
when I go to the casino and I'm playing blackjack and I got to put $100 down.
You see it. You see
I'm
it.
like, that's my Benji. That's my boy. And now you're just giving
Meanwhile,
me
you
these
jump on-
this stack of red things to represent my boy. That's my boy going in your pocket.
That's why I
My
don't
boy.
like the video poker stuff because they call them credits. They don't call them it's not the actual cash. It's credits.
It's not money, right?
They do that on purpose,
Yeah,
right?
no kidding. Yeah,
It's like anything.
and it does get me.
It doesn't say.
I'm only down 50 credits.
No, it's 50
Hang on, let me do
bones.
the math here. Oh no.
Pretty much.
Let's hear Paul Feinbaum. They had a subject on ESPN this morning. It was, what do you need to see from CU tonight against North Dakota State? Here's ESPN.
I expect a really powerful performance by Colorado, and it's not because Deion said they're going to do this or that. I just think second year you overcome some things. Now, they look great, as we all know, at the beginning of last year, but I think this is a really great opportunity at home, at night, perfect atmosphere against a good team. But this is not the Bisons of a couple of years ago when they were owning their division. They've fallen off a little bit. So I think for Deion Sanders and Shedeur and Travis Hunter and the entire team, it's just get out there, jump to a lead, put this team away. Don't let this game go down to the final couple of minutes.
Hold on. Time out. Don't tell me this guy's touchy-feely now. Don't even begin.
I think
don't
you
even begin to tell
the
me.
wrong read on Feinbaum. I do.
He's just breaking down the game now.
Well, he went from irrelevant junk in the no-name school in the middle of a no-name town in the middle of a no-name conference.
You're allowed to have different opinions. You're allowed to have different opinions.
What
He's
a
talking
difference
about
3
the
days
game.
makes. Whatever.
All right, Moj.
Oh, I mean, he's getting all touched. I just think they need a rah-rah performance that's going to be fun and the crowd's going to be great. Shut up. You don't. It's all just lip service, is what it is, Vic. I don't believe him for a
All
second.
right, Mark. Throw your blanket over everybody then.
Can I tell you
Suck
something,
it,
Moj?
Feinbaum, you suckhole.
And look, I'm not a Feinbaum guy. I think the guy's kind of a weasel. Okay, but
that's a strong word. Telling a guy to suck it and calling him a weasel are two different things.
Okay, yeah, got it. Here, can I ask you something? With all of the stuff that we played from Feinbaum and his comments on CU over the last, month.
Mm-hmm.
Besides the nowhere or town in the middle of nowhere thing in third-rate conference, outside of that, which, yes, heavy-handed over the top, has he said anything about the Buffs that you genuinely disagree with? Or anything about Deion that you genuinely disagree with?
He called him irrelevant, which is not true.
The phrasing that he used, oh, Colorado's in the middle of nowhere, irrelevant.
I said outside of that
phrasing.
part. Outside of that thing.
That's a pretty big part, Brett.
But
outside
it's
of
hard
calling
to
your
take
mom
that.
a total blank, did I say anything mean about her? I mean,
I see where Mosier's coming from on that because it's hard to remove that part from the equation when all you have to do is go back to him and say, dude, your own television ratings on your network, go back and look. If they're irrelevant, why are so many eyeballs on that irrelevant program?
Right.
Don't be stupid.
I mean, if I call your mom a total blank, I mean, that sticks with you.
Okay, that's fine.
It's essentially what he said about our beautiful Centennial State. He called Colorado a garbage scow.
Can I hear the rest of this, please, Nelly? Back it up a few seconds before Mosier went crazy.
for Deion Sanders and Shedeur and Travis Hunter and the entire team, it's just get out there, jump to a lead, put this team away. Don't let this game go down to the final couple of minutes. The flip side of this is there is a lot on the line. I don't think that's really the issue going in, but it could be the issue coming out if they don't perform, if they make a lot of mistakes, and if that Colorado offensive line can't protect Shedeur Sanders like they were unable to last year.
I don't disagree with any of that stuff. It doesn't have to be. I mean, I guess just win the game, but I think it could go a long way if you put together how should I say this? An easy win. How's that sound? Like confident, things look like they click. The concerns, if you just missed it, we talked to Jeff Legwold at the beginning of the hour. He said the concerns NFL scouts have with CU is their offensive line and specifically their right side.
Well, sure, everybody,
of their offensive line.
Everybody knows that, yeah.
But they spent the entire, and therein lies, and this is where I need to, I'm speaking to you, Deion Honks, not CU fans, Deion Honks. If you say anything that is all critical of CU, like the right side of the offensive line may not hold up, does that make you a hater? Or is that just a sentence that has been flown out there and that's it? I don't know. I haven't seen it. We haven't seen it. We don't know how it's going to hold up. I hope it holds up well. I hope they can run the ball. This is what Jeff told us. Does that make you a hater because you doubt it?
I'm certainly skeptical. And to me, it's the difference between you having an incredibly fun season and a disappointing one again. Like, laid this out earlier. The games in which CU is favored, there are 4 as of right now before the season starts. It's 3 of the first 4 games. So you're favored in the game tonight. You are not favored against Nebraska. You are against CSU, and you are against Baylor. After that, the last game they're favored in is a Cincinnati game later in the year.
That it costs you $271 just to get in the building at Folsom.
Now, it doesn't mean that's going to happen, and I'm telling you this right now. In the first couple of weeks, if they win tonight and they win against Nebraska and their offense looks good, the offensive line holds up, defensively, the front 7 is doing a pretty good job of stopping the run, getting pressure on the quarterback. Like, those numbers are going to change in a hurry. They are. But if it doesn't, you're staring down the barrel of kind of what happened last year, right? Which is hot start to the year, and then you get in the meat of your schedule, and then it becomes a grind. And I think for them, they need to handle adversity better because they didn't do that last year. It's like once things started to go a little bit off the rails, it totally derailed.
It did.
Can't have
Completely
that
agree.
again. They need to be able to buckle down when things go wrong and make sure that they aren't compounding mistakes over and over and over again.
Completely agree.
Once the Stanford game went down last year, it was like season was over. And you had, 4 or 5 games left?
Yeah, I know this game feels dangerous, and we've been talking about that. And maybe even there are some CU fans out there that they have a little bit of trepidation about this contest because Nodak State has knocked off some pretty hefty opponents in the last decade. I get all of that. But what I don't want to do is I don't want to pretend that if the Buffaloes win the game, even by a touchdown, that it's a no-win situation. It's one step closer to a bowl game for them. Every win is going to be important for this Colorado Buffaloes team. And gaining momentum in the early season, and listen, going to Lincoln is going to be no picnic. Right. That is going to be a pain in the butt. They have is their quarterback, is he a freshman?
Yeah.
And he's an absolute stud, right? Like
supposed to be.
Yeah, he's supposed to be the second coming. And they haven't done jack for a while there in Lincoln. So to go to Memorial, it's hard to do.
Yep.
Man, it's a hell of a wake-up call. So they need some mo going into that. So let's just not pretend that, this game means nothing to anybody for any reason unless the Buffs wipe them out. I don't know, man. I just think you need to get off to a good start. That's all. Get off to a good start.
A lot more to break down today. 303-504-0925. Got some more audio from Sean Payton yesterday as he spoke about the 53-man roster after cutdowns. A lot of the practice squad guys, just dudes they cut that they brought back. Your little Jordan Humphreys and Throckmortons and everybody like that.
The fact that they put the offensive lineman from South Carolina on the practice squad means every guy they drafted this year is inside that building.
Yes.
And 3 guys that they didn't draft that they brought in are inside that building.
So we'll get to that in
That's
just
pretty cool.
Just a couple of minutes. Stick around. Circus Sports available in Colorado right now in that brand new Circus Sports app. If I were you, I'd download that because football season is upon us. With the first game tonight, Buffs and NDSU. You can find that in all the games for the upcoming weekend here in college football as they got all that you want, including game props, live betting in the middle of games. All that you want for football season is available to you on the Circus Sportsbook. Not to mention, they have the best odds in the game. Go ahead and check. I dare you. Find odds between them and other sports books. You will not find any better than Circus Sports. So download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. So just saw this. I know that, Moj, you've been talking about CU and betting odds and blah, 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 blah. How about the Broncos? Did you know that their 5.5 win total is the over 5.5 is the most bet win total at BetMGM?
You're kidding.
93% of bets are on the over for the Broncos. 93%.
Wow.
So maybe it's not just me who feels like they might be a little bit better. I don't know.
It was surprising to see a team that finished the season pretty strongly last year, winning 5 in a row and winning 8 games and doing it their way now that Russell Wilson's no longer here. They're doing it their way. It was pretty surprising to see their win total drop like it did. It plummeted.
Yep. 93% though. That's a huge number.
I think people are, maybe with the.
And the schedule's easier, Moj. The schedule is easier this year.
Maybe we should all be hitting the over. Maybe I should jump into your brain, right? Your weird brain that has been taken over by orange-colored glasses.
I don't think the team's making the playoffs. Like, I don't even know if they're getting the same record. I just don't think they're going to be top 3 pick. Is that orange-colored glasses?
No, I'm trying to agree with you here. 5.5 seems awfully low to me. Maybe not awfully. It seems low.
Yeah.
Because I can easily see this team winning at least 7 games. Now, 10? No, I don't necessarily see that unless everything goes really right. But I can see...
Knicks would have to be C.J. Stroud to even approach that number.
Yeah, I can see 7 wins for sure. Why is that line not moved is the question. If 93% of the money is going on the over, how is that not moved up to 6.5?
Well, we got a text.
That's the question.
We got a text earlier.
Where's our Circa guy? Where's our dude?
What do you mean?
Our big dude, our big Circa guy.
Our big
when you were in Vegas, the dude you hung out with, our Circa guy. What's his name?
Big Circa guy.
Oh, the guy who owns Circa?
Yes.
I don't know where he is. He's probably at the casino right now.
I don't think Brett's got him on speed dial.
Yeah.
Well, you're the
Did
one.
you have a question?
Aren't you the one who did the big thing with him up the hill? Never mind. It doesn't matter. I wasn't there.
I got a text earlier from somebody.
Never get that minute back.
That's.
I'm just trying to figure out why that line is not moving. Why is the over-under not moving? Why is it stuck at 5.5 if all the money is going on the over?
Well, I don't know, but we got a text earlier that was challenging an opinion I had about the Broncos, saying if the team, and these are the words he used, is clearly better, why wouldn't the record be better? And I go, that's where I'd caution you. I don't think I could ever say that this team is clearly better than last year's team at all. And a big concern that I have is it feels like the Broncos are just a couple injuries away from being in some real deep trouble. Well, in ways that I think even every NFL team dealing with injuries, it's trouble. But I think it's big. Think about if Bulls gets hurt. What the hell are they going to do?
You know what, though? Here's my thing. NFL seasons, any season in any sport, they take so many twists and turns based on so many different factors. The injury factor, the momentum factor. Hell, you can pare it down to turnovers in games. I just want you to consider last year's Broncos season. They finished 8-9.
Yeah.
Okay? Mediocre. Almost 500. You could argue that record could have been a lot better if they won some of those close games. The Raiders game, the Washington game, the Houston game, the Patriots game. Oh my God, look at this. The Broncos could have gone to the playoffs. I can make that argument. Great. You could also argue the opposite.
It's going to say
how many close games did they barely pull out? The Buffalo game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there are so many games that were so close and determined in the final minutes. They could have easily been 5-12. Easily.
That's what's funny. Whenever people play that game, and I'm certainly as guilty as a lot of other people are, of like, oh yeah, they had this record, but think about this, man. Remember that last second game-winning field goal that the other team kicked that you lost on? You could have won that game.
Brett,
and I go, you got to play that game the opposite way.
Brett, you know what I call that? I call that golf brain. How many times when you're playing golf do you go back and think, well, if I would have made that putt,
Right.
Yeah, if I would have done that.
Yeah, well, how about if you didn't run in that 15-footer for par and save par, right?
Again,
You hit that tree that kept you out from a penalty. You know?
I mean, you barely
we do
beat
this all the time.
Yeah, they barely beat Green Bay. They barely. I mean, they came back against Chicago. I guess they could have lost that one. They barely beat Minnesota. You know, there's a lot of that going on.
Chicago game, they should have lost for sure.
Yeah,
They were
they
down like
should've.
So what are
28-7.
they? So what are they? They are an inconsistent average team. That's what they are. That's what and that's what we expect this year. Now, can they play above their record? Of course. I still think 5.5 is low. Yeah, 5.5 is low.
Yeah. You know, you mentioned something earlier, Vic, that we talked about this during camp.
Can I talk about the defense just real quick?
Go ahead.
They gave up the most points in the division last year, 413. They were the 6th worst team overall. Now, let's just take the 70 away from the Miami game. How many points do you want to take away from them? I mean, subtract some points that the Dolphins scored. You say 30? Let's just take away 40 points and put a 30 in there, okay?
Okay.
That means they gave up 373 points, which still would have been third. The Chargers were 398. They still would have been third in the division. Is the defense better than it was last year?
I don't think so.
Okay. So if the defense isn't better than it was last year.
Well, the front is better. I'll give them that. Their
secondary?
Their secondary is worse, but their defensive front is better.
Okay, so we'll see how it pans out. You can't give up 400 points this season.
Right.
Okay? I mean, I don't know how many you're looking at, but they gave up 24 plus per game. And that's including the Dolphins game. I dig that, but still, you take that away, you take 40 points away from that, they're still bottom third of the league.
Well, this is what I wanted to say, though, and this is what I appreciate. And look, I've had my fair amount of criticism for Sean Payton and George Payton with some decisions they've made, but I will give them full credit on this. It's the most obvious thing in the world, but football games are typically won up front on both sides of the football, right? They have made every investment this offseason into improving that. As much as they possibly could, they've done it. They have bolstered a defensive line that was maybe lacking in depth, and now I feel like you got 5 to 6 guys that you can rotate through and feel pretty good about that. Vic, you were talking earlier about the wide receivers, said they wanted big bodies who could block. Everything that they've indicated this offseason with moves that they've made says we're running the football this year. Like, we are going to do that. And it's going to be the cornerstone of what the offense is going to begin around, because they did not do that last year. There were so many games where they had like 10 to 12 rushing attempts between the running backs, and it's just not conducive to success.
And when they did move it, they had to move those. How many Samaje Perine third down screen passes did we see? You know, how many of those did we see? In the red zone especially, I thought the Broncos were greatly improved in the red zone from what we saw in the preseason. Does it translate? I don't know. Mm-hmm. But finish. Leggy always uses that term. How many finishers do they have on this roster? That's what gets you wins. Finish. Nobody cares what you do inside the 20s. Nobody cares. That's pretty. Finish. Finish drives.
The only one that you would say is a finisher in the red zone right now, from what we know anyway, is Courtland Sutton. Now, I think that Estime can be a finisher. Like, I think that if you're at the 2-yard line and you give him the football, I got a pretty good feeling he's going to find a way in. So hopefully he's another one. The question is, can you have another tight end or wide receiver that can step up and be that guy too? Can you have one of these big-bodied dudes, Vele, a Josh Reynolds, a Dulcich, whoever, Lucas Kroll, that can step up and play that role as well? Because they need another one in the passing game. And right now it's just Sutton. And Sutton's very good at it. 10 touchdowns last year. By the way, Sean Payton on, let's go to cut 2 here, Nelly, if you could. Sean Payton on why they made the decision they did to release Tim Patrick. Here's what he said.
Look, and that obviously was extremely difficult. You know, the other night in that preseason game, against Green Bay, he makes some plays. I've watched his progress, obviously his journey off of really 2 seasons, and the makeup and all the things that we look for. And, we visited for, a few minutes. I'm happy because I know Dan Campbell that well, and I think the world of Tim. And all of you that have covered him longer than I've coached him understand all the things he brings to the table, aside from just being on the field. So that was difficult.
Obviously, Tim Patrick being lost, he could have fit the bill for another one of those red zone guys, right? He could have fit that immediate sort of thing. Question is, and he talked about this later. We don't need to run this, but he made another New Orleans reference, which I always kind of like furrow an eyebrow at because I'm like, all right, dude, that's in the past. Let's focus on the now. But he said they made the decision then for 7th-round pick that you might know the name of in Marquise Colston. Remember him? How good he was for years.
He was a good player.
They kept him over a more proven commodity in Dante Stallworth, who was a first-round pick. And they said the reason they did that is they wanted to go a little bit younger. They saw potential with him, and they wanted to roll the dice. It feels like it's the same kind of situation playing at a lot of different spots, by the way, for the Broncos. A lot of them.
Oh, I agree with that. It feels a lot like that. And, he's also right. If Vele goes to the practice squad or they try to sneak him, he's gone. Somebody's going to take him.
Yeah.
He's shown enough already this preseason.
Do you think it pisses them off sometimes that they have a player that they know
that shows
has
out
potential, but they play too well to where you can't sneak them by? Because they had that last year with Jaleel, remember? They said the reason he made the roster was if we put him on waivers, we thought he'd be claimed.
Well, I mean, there are plenty of 7th-round wide receivers who end up on a practice squad or don't make the team or whatever. They say, you know what, maybe we whiffed on this guy in the 7th round. I mean, he's a 7th-round pick. I don't know. To me, I'd rather have a guy show out that he can play the dang game. I'd rather have the player than worry about trying to sneak him onto something.
Hey, let me tell you something.
And so they obviously liked him well enough, and he showed out well enough.
Let me tell you something right now that I think is a good sign. Did you guys see what the Colts did on their cutdown day, by the way? It's a bad look for a GM when this happens. They cut their 5th, 6th, and 7th-round picks. All of them. Nobody made the roster. And in the Broncos' case, just so you guys know, one of their 5th-round picks was Chris Abrams-Drain, who is on the roster as a defensive back. Audric Estime, who's a 5th-rounder, is on the roster. And Vele is on as a 7th-rounder.
The center is on the practice squad.
Yeah,
Garguilo.
I don't know how to say his name.
Garguilo?
Garguilo.
Hey, Italian guy. Say the name.
Yeah, help me.
How do you spell it?
Gargiulo.
Smith.
No, Vic. It's
Garguilo.
Smith. You got to do it with the hands. Say it again.
Hey, Smitty.
Say it again.
Garguilo?
Oh, that sounded as unconfident as me. That didn't help at
You
all.
sound like you sound like Jesse trying to speak Spanish. That's exactly what you sound like. Jesse Trujillo, who can't say a word of Spanish. You're full Italian. You can't say a word of Italian.
Oh, by the way, Jesse, I met your cousin at the gas station the other day. JT, I think was his name. Shout out JT. And I said the same thing to JT. I said, dude, school your cousin. He said, yeah, you're right.
Just for the sake of our conversation yesterday, Vic, I'm just going to call this guy Tony. I feel like that would work, wouldn't it? Even though his first name is Nick.
Tony.
Hey, it's Tony.
Nicky.
He'll respond.
Nicky.
303-504-0925. I want to get some odds, by the way, for the game tonight. Found these on the Circus Sportsbook. We'll get to these in just a couple of minutes. Over, under, point spread with the NDSU and CU game tonight.
Also, I want to get your thoughts. I was thinking about, here comes, Oklahoma and Texas leaping into the SEC.
Mm-hmm.
USC, Oregon, Washington, and UCLA leaping into the Big Ten. I know these are, quote, super conferences now. I'm not sure that it's good for business for some of these coaches. Can I explain?
We'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. You can always get in touch with us. The voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner.
Oh, baby, a Vic. We got a side bet Brett's got to take. His high school's getting worked over, gonna get raked. Oh, yeah.
It is interesting. I didn't know this.
Yes.
Cherry Creek is traveling to Omaha to take on my my alma mater.
Dave Logan.
Are you serious?
And
Yeah.
Cherry Creek are going to Omaha next week to play Millard North. That's Brett's old high school. And my buddy is not only going to that game, but he's going to go to the CU and Corn game in Lincoln. But Cherry
You
Creek
went to a
is
school called Millard North?
Millard is a district, and it's in the northern part of the district.
Is there a Millard South?
There's a Millard South and a Millard West. There's
Damn,
no east.
Millard's got its game on.
It's big district, baby. Big district. Big boy football being played there. You know what I mean?
Well, if you're playing Cherry Creek, it should be. Hey, I'm looking at some pictures of Millard North, the Mustangs. It's a pretty nice school.
Mustang power.
We got to get a side bet going.
Take
I
that L on the
don't
way
think
out.
I want
Creek-
to. I don't know
Creek-
how good they are right now. I
Creek-
got to check with my sources.
Creek by 15.
Dude, that Creek team has like 7 college D1 prospects, including they got a defensive lineman that CU was on after his freshman year, Polynesian kid he's a horse. He's amazing. He's going to be a D1 5-star guy. So
I got to check with my
know
sources.
what you're up against. Plus, their quarterback, Creek's quarterback, is a 3-year starter. He started as a freshman. Brady Vodka, he's now a junior.
Mustangs
That's a tough
Mustangs
team.
got no shot. Mustangs got no shot. Home field won't mean jack squat.
Does it say where they're playing? Does it say the exact place?
Arrowhead.
It's not in Omaha.
I know, I'm just teasing. I don't know.
Okay.
No, but I don't know.
It was funny. Mosher just said, "What high school did you go to?" And I go, "Why?" He goes, "Cherry Creek's playing some team in Omaha."
Will you guys do me a favor, though, Brett? Because you really haven't, and I know you moved here just a few years ago, but you haven't embraced the community until you go to a high school game. And I mean that
I have yet to
sincerely.
do.
That's-
No, I have yet to do that. I should.
Do
You're
you want?
absolutely
Yeah, it's
right.
not a criticism.
Yeah.
It's not a I'm
No,
not
you're right.
criticizing anyone.
You're right.
Like, why should you care about high school? And that's why covering high school sports. Thank you for those who do. Thank you sincerely. The internet has given us many different people who do that well. Channel 9 still does it very well. I used to do it when I worked for Channel 4. Marsha Neville pioneered it.
She was great.
And it's gone away because so many transplants have moved in. And I get it. You don't care about high school sports. You're not from here. And until your kids go to those high schools is when you'll start caring. But let me tell you something. Go with me to a high school game. Just watch a high school game, and you will fall
I
in
want to
love
do
with
it.
the
No,
sport again.
I'm
Obviously,
totally with you.
We carried some games right here. We did some games on Altitude 92.5. And there's a stadium out by my house. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, and it would be easy for you to get to. Why don't you come? It's easier for you to come watch
Whatever.
a game with me.
Whatever. Yeah, I'm down for whatever.
When I get the opportunity, I try to at least a couple times a year. I don't know who's playing. When my daughter was at Chaparral, and she cheered when she was young, and then I would go anyway. I just drop in on Friday nights and go watch a high school football game because multiple teams use the stadium, and it's awesome. You don't even have to root for anybody, but watch
Right.
some good old high school football and enjoy yourself.
I got the scouting report.
All right.
They finally got a new coach, so there's some hype. Also, Millard is open enrollment, so there is recruiting all over these days. Kids are transferring left and right. That's a lot different than when I went there. There's no transferring.
Yeah, it's wide open in every level now, man. You can live in Fort Collins and go to school, at Mullen or whatever. It's everywhere. Interesting though, very interesting that Creek is going out there. So why don't you do your scouting report, Brett, and then Vic and I will have a side bet with you next week.
Yeah, see, I didn't know this until I moved here, and I don't know how that's even possible. I didn't know that Paul Stasny went to my high school.
Wait, what?
Yes. Paul Stasny went to Millard North.
Why?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
A Moj hockey guy. Why?
Well, did Jan go there too? I'll see Jan next weekend. I'll ask him about it. In fact, let me ask. I'll send
Brett,
a
do
text
you
to
have
Jan
the
right now.
hockey up there?
Well, UNO's a pretty big hockey school. I mean, yeah. They got
So
some
you have the hockey.
I would say it's nowhere near the level it is here, but there's some. Yeah, there's some. 303-504-0925. So, yeah, Jan played for the Omaha Lancers. Okay, how about that? Put them on the map. I want to get to these odds. Let's just go through these. Can I get some, give me some football music, Nelly? Give me some of this. You know what? This is my favorite time. Every year when we do this, we start to listen to the old football sounds again. You get that CBS like college sound. See if you can find that for me. Give me the CBS, like the college football sound, Nelly. I'm going to put you on the spot.
Oh, ABC.
Like, it's great.
Vic, back in the day when Keith Jackson was doing a game, Keith Jackson may be the best. He may be the best college football announcer in history.
Like, you knew it was a big game when Keith Jackson was on the call.
My old man loved Keith Jackson. Loved. I mean, one of the greatest of all time. But what was?
Oh, how about that sound? How about that sound? You like that?
Dun, 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 dun,
you hear this sound? It's a big game, and you know it. It's two top 10. It's behemoths going against each other. God, I love this sound.
You know, when one of my college papers was on this song in CBS's coverage of college football.
Really?
And how it just, this makes me yearn for college football more than anything.
It does.
Does this song still exist? Do they still play it?
It's funny how, again, the dun dun dun, these songs that are associated with some of the most awesome sporting events in your life, they just stick with you. They stick in your brain, and they conjure up emotions that you forgot you had.
Yes, they do.
It's awesome.
All right.
Like Round Ball Rock, when you hear that?
Oh, automatic.
100%.
I'm into it. Yep. All right, let me just do the two easy ones, and we can jump around college football for at least today's game if you'd like as well. I need some picks. CU is a 9-point favorite tonight over North Dakota State. Do they cover the 9 points?
I think they do.
Vic, 9 points.
Yeah.
I don't know by how much. I think they cover. Yeah, I think it's good. Like, let's say 14 to 17 points. I think that's how they win tonight.
Howard at Rutgers.
Control the ball.
Over under tonight. This one's interesting. Like, how much do you think this is going to be just a barn burner? Over under is 59.5.
That's plenty of
North
points.
North Dakota State is going to try to take all the air out of the football.
All these numbers, by the way, courtesy of the Circus Sportsbook. Shout out. I think I agree with you. I don't think it's going to be that crazy.
Why would North Dakota State want to get into a track meet?
Well, but Vic, I'm looking at their history. Like last year, they played some pretty high-scoring games. I mean, I don't know.
You think North Dakota State wants to come in here and get into a track meet with Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders, and company?
I don't think so. No, I don't think they do.
How about the big game tonight? Arkansas against Arkansas Pine Bluff. 50-point favorites for the Razorbacks. Just on principle, by the way. I don't know if you guys bet on football or not.
I
do. I have a very strict policy. If there is any game that gets over 30 points in the spread, I'm not even close to touching that game. I can't do it. Like, if I were to bet on Arkansas to cover 50 points tonight, I'm starting the game down 50-0. No, not going to happen. I'd be sweating the entire game.
100%.
Can't do
it.
it.
You may have a 52-point lead, right?
Yep.
But then Arkansas Pine Bluff, what's their mascot at Arkansas Pine Bluff?
I think it's a Pine Bluff.
It looks like a flying.
What is a pine bluff? Is it just a bluff full of pine trees?
Golden Lions.
The Golden Lions, as opposed to what? A blue lion?
I have no idea. So the Golden Lions, Arkansas, the Pigs have their fifth string in, right? Some kids are never going to play again.
And you're just sweating.
And Pine Bluff punches one in from the 5 at the end of the
Moj,
game.
If you have Arkansas questions, why don't you reserve it for one of our 18 Arkansas people that work in the office over there? Go get Brendan over here.
Yeah, where is that hillbilly? Oh, he just actually. He's going into a meeting right now. Hold on. He's going into a meeting.
All right, just a couple other ones
does
tonight.
Brandon? He's from Arkansas. Does he talk like a hillbilly?
Yes.
Yeah, he puts the arc in Arkansas. Yes,
he does. He's the Arkansas. He's the arc in Arkansas.
He's got that drawl.
That drawl.
He's got the drawl. Hey, I ran into a mailbox getting chased by a bee, and it stung me in the neck. I crashed my bike. Remember that story? Don't laugh. Don't laugh. I crashed my bike into a mailbox getting stung in the neck by a bee. Anyway.
The thing I will never forget, I played golf with, as Mosher would call the hillbilly, 2 years ago. Vic, he shows up a little bit later than me. I'm on the putting green.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, hey, I got the cart. I'll just pull it down to you. I said, great. And it's right off the 18th fairway. He steps out of the cart. The first step that he took on the golf course. Steps out, and he took a drive directly to the center of the back. I mean,
what?
Without a hop, in
How?
the air. The second he got out like this,
How?
Stepped out of the cart, some guy he sliced one, got him, and his sound of pain had an accent. He went, ow!
They got me, Marshall. They got me.
And I always want, if you guys were put in this situation, how would you handle it? So you get hit by a golf ball. It didn't hit you in the face. You know what I mean? Like, it got you in a meaty area. It's not like you're going to be down for the count, but it still hurts. Guy walks up and he goes, I'm sorry, did that get close to you? Brandon said, nope, all good. He did not say he got hit by the golf ball, which I actually thought was a gentleman's
That's very
move.
nice, yeah.
Because
That's
it
a
would have
Southern
haunted
gentleman.
me.
Yeah, that's very nice of him to say that.
If I hit
'Cause I would've-
somebody and I didn't
I'd
see
have torn
it,
my shirt off, said, look.
That's awesome.
But he got hit and he said, nope, all good. And I was like, you know what? That's a really nice thing to say because that would have haunted that kid.
That's a Southern gent type of thing, no doubt
Did I
about
tell
it.
you my Johnny Bench story years ago when John Elway had his celebrity tournament at Omni? Johnny Bench was here playing in it. We're on number 9 at Omni. And we're all sitting there, media, gallery, and Bench duck hooks one into the crowd. On a bounce, hits me in the leg. Didn't hurt, nothing. We all laughed about it. So Bench drives up in his golf cart, and we're all surrounding the ball. And I go, Mr. Bench, yeah, that one hit me. And he had a stern look on his face. He goes, no, it didn't. I go, yeah, it did. He goes, no, it didn't. I saw it. It didn't hit you. Why are you accusing me of hitting you? I go, oh, whoa, no big deal. I'm not here to file a lawsuit.
Oh, that was his concern. He thought, yeah.
I mean, it was crazy how serious he got
That's
about
kind of
that.
weird.
By the way, I was playing with another buddy, and it was I forget which course it was, but I had one of those like the restroom was in the middle of like 4 different tee boxes or 4 different fairways, whatever, right? He rips one, I mean, right at it. And as he did it, somebody steps out of the bathroom, and it hits and rattles, and it looked like it hit him. And that guy dropped. And we were horrified. We're like, oh my God, this is bad. And by the time we got up to the ball, they already left, and we could hear him laughing on the other tee box.
So he was faking.
No, man.
But for the next 2 holes, my buddy up here, done for. Done for. I'm like, that's a mean thing to do to somebody. You can't do that.
Brett, have you been hit? I mean, listen, I've gotten that Johnny Bench one was no big deal because it bounced, but I got hit square in the back by a wedge from like 100 yards. I'm going to tell you something right now. That felt like a cannonball.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine a driver.
Yep. Now, it was, I don't know if this matters or not. It was coming down. It was probably slowing down in the air, but it didn't hit the ground. I mean, it was in the air. He got rocked with it. I hope I never feel that because it seems incredibly painful. One last game, by the way. This is probably, out of all the games that if you aren't interested in a team in particular, the biggest game of the night tonight is probably Minnesota and North Carolina. 2 pretty good football teams. Those 1.5 point spread in favor of North Carolina. And I'm going to go with the Tar Heels just because I'm not a PJ Fleck guy. He said something to me once I didn't like.
Okay. So you're a Mac Brown guy?
More Mac Brown than PJ Fleck.
So this was my thought. I was thinking about this the other day. You've got the 4 schools out of the Pac-12 moving to the Big Ten. Oklahoma, Texas moving to the SEC.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a coach of if you're Lincoln Riley, and you're trying to, we lost Caleb Williams. We had kind of a down year last year. Let's get back at it. Are you sure you want to be in the Big Ten?
No.
Right. If you're Deshaun Foster, new coach at UCLA, I think not only for the teams that are going into these conferences, but I think for coaches already in the conference, we're going to see some heads roll that probably normally or shouldn't roll. I'm not kidding you, man. I think that when you up the competition, like you think if you're the big dog in the SEC or one of the big dogs, and now you're bringing in the Sooners and the Longhorns, I mean, it's almost like those teams were big fish in a smaller pond, and now they're going to be big fish in a. There's lots of barracudas in your new pond, in your new ocean, right? Your new sea. Same kind of thing. I mean, if you're Washington and Oregon, and you're walking, and you can rough up the Pac-12 a little bit, and now you're walking into the Big Ten, where even Wisconsin can get you, right?
Here's what I do know. I know this about Lincoln Riley. He never said it out loud. I'm inferring things, but I think it's pretty easy to infer. Lincoln Riley was at Oklahoma just a few years ago, and he had, was like back-to-back
Heisman Trophy.
Well, and first overall draft picks.
Correct.
It was Baker. It was
Jalen.
He wasn't first overall.
No,
was
he
there
was
somebody
not.
else mixed in between? I thought there was.
Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray. So it was Baker, Kyler Murray, then Jalen Hurts, and then
Caleb
Williams. And the second that Oklahoma announced it was going to the SEC, what did he do? He left for USC, right?
Correct.
Now, how often do you see, it happens, but how often do you see coaches in pretty blue blood programs just jumping ship from one to the other despite having success? It doesn't happen very often. And my read on it was he didn't want to go to the SEC. He wanted to be able to win 10, 11, 12 games a year in the Big 12 and be happy. So he goes,
Pac-12,
you know what?
Pac-12.
No, at the time, Big 12.
Oh, you mean Oklahoma in the Big 12.
At
Correct.
the time,
Yeah,
Big
yeah.
12. And so he goes, you know what? Instead of doing that, let me go to the Pac-12. I'll take over that USC recruiting base, and I'll dominate that conference.
Bro,
and then they left for the Big Ten. I think he hates it.
How about Chip Kelly getting out of head coaching altogether?
Yeah.
And going to the Big Ten to be an assistant.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, I'm telling you right now, I just think that they're going to eat their own. And all of a sudden, 9 I think for some of these schools that are used to, 11, 12, or whatever wins total, 11-2 or whatever, and now you're going to be playing other big boys. It's not going to be easy, and maybe 9 wins is going to have to be your benchmark, but the fan base still expects you to be an 11-win team with a bowl win. And I'm like, I don't think that's the case anymore. I mean, you have these massive conferences now, but geez Louise, you think it's going to be easy for Oregon to walk into the Big Ten, to walk into the Big House or Ohio State, and they could kick your butt, and you'll be like, man, we're not ready for prime time. Whereas we could eat all the Stanfords and Cals and Arizona States we wanted.
And that's the thing about CU being in the Big 12, though. If Deion sticks around for a while, I don't know what a while is, but let's just say a while, and he can continue to recruit the way that he's been recruiting, you could be a team that somebody's got to dominate this conference. Somebody has to.
Can we also clear up a misconception in college football? Do you remember the days where whatever conference you played in identified the style of football you play, right?
Yeah.
Like back in the old Big 8 days, you're an option football team. That's just the way it was. You played option. Well, look at the SEC now. The SEC's gone full offense, man. That's not down and dirty, let's 3 yards in a cloud of dust anymore. That is an offensive attack in the SEC. Every conference, it depends on the team, man. Every conference, Michigan became the ground and pound team.
Right.
Michigan became what the SEC started out as.
Brett, I know they like the money. I know they do. Every school wants as much money as they can get. You think the corner are happy in the Big Ten?
Well, now.
What do you mean? They've been getting their butts kicked year in and year out.
No, what I'm saying is with the way the landscape is now, they would much rather be in the Big Ten than the Big 12 currently.
Nebraska's problem is I don't think they've ever adapted offensively since the days of Tommy Frazier and company. Offensively, they've been poor.
I don't know, man. If you're talking about winning and getting an automatic slot,
but
I think corn people would much. You can't tell me there aren't corn people who wish they were back in the Big 12. You can't tell me that. Because getting your head kicked in by Wisconsin ain't fun.
If the Big 12 was the Big 12 that we remembered, then yes, I think they would take that immediately. I don't think they want any part of the Utah and Arizona Big 12.
Oh, we'll see.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, wait.
We'll
hold on a second.
see who they lost to last year. Minnesota, Colorado, of course. Michigan, they got
This is a
killed.
different discussion.
Michigan
I'm not
State,
saying-
Maryland, Wisconsin, Iowa. They got kicked, dude.
Understand.
They beat a Little Sisters of the Poor, and they got kicked.
Having said that, I see Brett's side. Brett, let me ask
This
you a
isn't
question,
comparing
Mose.
the individual teams, Mose.
Yeah.
This is the conferences.
Let me play Brett's side. Which conference, if CU had the choice, Big 10 or Big 12, which conference would they have chosen?
Probably the Big 10.
It's not probably. They 100% would.
they
have.
would.
Because the money's there, but the Buffs would be getting kicked in
That's
the
all
Big
I'm
10.
saying. That's all
Doesn't
I'm
matter.
saying.
That if given the choice, they would have jumped to the Big 10. They were never given that choice, and it is what it is. And I think overall, I think the move to the Big 12 might be better for them. There isn't as much ridiculous national competition.
But let me explain. The Corn, man, they only have one quality win in the Big 10. And that is
Yes, they've been awful.
They beat
Nobody's disputing that.
Iowa 2 years ago. And the rest of their wins in the Big 10 are Illinois, Purdue.
But what's your
Yeah, but
point?
they're
That they would give away money to go to a lesser conference
I'm telling
to
you,
have a better record?
I'm telling you, they bit off more than they can chew. That's what they
Mose,
did.
that's
And
like
they're
saying
paying the price.
Missouri. That's like saying Missouri regrets going to the SEC. They don't regret it one bit.
Missouri will never win the SEC.
But it doesn't matter. You're not
Well, I'm
looking
just-
at the big picture here. You're not seeing this the way we are.
I don't know what your point is.
Yeah, what is your point? They're in
point-
the club.
The point is
they want to
get-
be in the club.
Okay, but the point is to get to the playoffs now. Top 12 spots. Missouri ain't going to be in a playoff ever.
Dude,
I
Missouri
promise you.
was good last year.
Would they have been in a playoff?
They might have been.
Oh, my butt.
All right. Let me mess you up. with
My
this real
tail.
quick.
And this is all going to change anyway, Mose. You know as well as I, these conferences, you think alignment's done? They're going to align this sucker every year for the next 10.
But if you're a middle team, if you're middle of the pack
Hey,
team,
Mose, you think an 11-2 SEC team would have made it to the college football playoff? Because
not a
I do.
chance.
The hell are you talking
I'm
about?
teasing. Hey, look, if
They
you're
lost by 9 to Georgia and they lost by 10 to LSU on the year. That's
It's not
their
a bad
only
team
losses.
there, Moshe.
They're number
And you
11
said
in the
that
country
Mizzou
right
doesn't
now.
belong? It's not a bad squad.
We'll see. If you're Minnesota, I mean, if you're Wisconsin, are you happy to welcome in Oregon and USC and UCLA and Washington?
Sure they are for the money. Yeah. Money-wise, they are.
For the money, but for the competition, I mean, it feels like these guys are just going to eat themselves.
303-504-0925.
Oh, Missouri, dude, Missouri's a damn good football team. My bad.
They're really good.
They're really good.
We'll get to one last look at the CU game tonight and a fact checker next.
I got the lowdown.
Of?
Vic, I got the lowdown.
Of?
A couple things. Number one, this is from the 4512. Grew up a gigantic USC fan, family all alums. None of us want any part of the Big Ten. Okay, fine. I just talked to our two resident. They're in a big meeting.
But what does that mean? What does that mean I want no part of the Big Ten as opposed to what? You want to be in the Pac-3?
Well,
Then go ahead and do that.
I'm just saying you made it harder on yourself. That's all I'm saying. And I hope the money's worth it. I just talked to our two resident Pig fans, including Brandon. Dan's another one. Okay? They're in a big meeting. I had to interrupt. Apologize. How do you feel about Texas and Oklahoma going to the SEC? And they both looked at me like this. And then Sean chimes in and says, it doesn't matter. They're just going to be at the bottom like they always are. And then one of them said pretty much, and the other one said, Brandon, the hillbilly, said, just go back to your hole. And then that was the end of the conversation.
Okay, great update.
Hey, Broncos owner Greg Penner and company put the first shovel in the ground today for their new complex. They're redoing their entire training complex. It's going to be cool. I want to tell you what he said, though, regarding the stadium. Somebody asked him about a stadium. Ryan McFadden from the Denver Post, quote, this is Greg Penner, we are evaluating options for a new stadium potentially, and whether that's on the current site or somewhere else, but we weren't ready to make the decision at this point.
That's why they paused all that stuff south,
Yes.
right? Everything's paused because they're reevaluating everything, Vic, and I think they should.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Why continue construction on all that entertainment district area if they move the stadium somewhere else? So that's all on hold. They don't know where they're going to put it yet. That's the smart thing to do. If you don't know it's going to go down there, why would you continue construction on that kind of stuff, that activity?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine what a new stadium would look like? I mean, listen, I think Empower is still nice. I like it. I go there. I've been there several hundred times, I guess. I don't know. My past, right? But I'm trying to imagine if you look at SoFi, and that's now the standard, right? Jerry World is no longer the standard. SoFi is the standard. Can you imagine what we would get here in beautiful Denver, Colorado?
Pretty sick.
With the Penner Group, Walton Penner Group? Oh, my God, dude. It would be, I think, beyond awesome.
Here's what I think is funny. I just saw this video from Mike Kliss of 9 News. And it's the ceremonial shovel scoop, whatever that thing is.
Mm-hmm.
What's the point of that?
Well, you just said it. It's ceremonial.
But what's the point of the
what's the point of the ceremony? Just put a bobcat out there and let's get going, or what?
There's 7 people up there that all did it. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to. I don't know who a lot of these people are. It's Damani Leach.
When you were young and you moved into your first apartment, didn't you put a shovel in the ground as a ceremony?
But it would be one thing if they actually broke the ground that they were going to eventually. They just have a box of dirt, and they picked it up and they put it back down. That's what I don't understand.
Like a flower box?
Like if I'm doing a
box.
ceremonial shovel scoop, then let me actually shovel into the ground.
Well,
right?
There's nothing to they're shoveling cement. They would have to shovel into the concrete.
Well, they're going to bulldoze and raise that whole area. Let me find a patch of grass and stick a shovel in
Maybe
there.
they should have gone to the hill where everybody sits.
That's
They're standing
what I'm
on top
saying.
of the hill. God, just give me a lump of grass, something like that. I don't know.
Can you imagine being the guy whose job it was to fill the dirt that they aren't going to use just for this photo op? You're like, why am I lugging all this dirt up here? What am I doing?
For a ceremony.
Hey, Jack, you ever tried using a jackhammer? You ever tried?
No. I haven't used a jackhammer.
I've used a lot of heavy equipment. I mean, I've used a lot of hand equipment in my life. I've never had a jackhammer.
That is a crazy instrument. I'm going to tell you that right now. Those people are strong.
I had to have my basement eventually getting finished. I had to have them dig new plumbing lines for my bathroom was going to be down there. And they used the jackhammer all the way across the room. And it looks like a terrible job.
Yeah.
Like,
I've used an
that.
impact drill to drill into bricks. That was not easy.
So you use the jackhammer for X amount of time. Your hand's still got to be doing this.
Well, you got to trade off.
Done, right?
You got to give it to somebody else because you got to take a break. That'll make you go to the bathroom.
You know what? Next time we're building something new around here, I should have came out here. Well, it's a strip mall. It's not a lot of groundbreaking stuff I can do with a shovel out here. Next time we're doing something, though, I'm like, give me a shovel and let me put it in actual ground. Don't give me this box of dirt. Don't want that. Shove it in the ground. Last couple thoughts here. CU playing tonight, game 1 of the season. If I ask for a record from CU right now, what do you, not what you want them to be, not any of that stuff, what you think CU is going to finish this year before game 1, what do you think the record's going to be?
6-6.
I'm going 7-5.
7-5 is the number I'm staring at. Anything above that is gravy. But you gotta again, and I'm not trying to be mean by saying this. You got to get to a bowl game at least.
Yeah.
You got to.
It's a must.
And it starts tonight. It's a must win.
Every win matters. Every single
Tonight's a must win.
matters.
Would you agree? Must win.
It's one of the 4 games you're favored in as of right now this
Gotta
year.
win.
Yeah, you have to.
Hold on. Barella on the Twitch feed. What? Go to the bathroom? Hey, man, that impact drill that I used to get through the bricks with the it vibrates your whole body, including stuff inside your body.
Okay.
It'll make you have to take a squirt, is what I'm telling you.
Gotcha. 2 things I want to see tonight. I want to see the offensive line improved. I want that to be less of a concern. I don't want that to be the thing that derails the season. Offensive line, number 1. Number 2, this is going to be a good test out of the gates, by the way. The Bisons, they love to run the football. They averaged 41 carries a game last year. Stop the run, build up some confidence in your defensive front 7, and get that rolling before you get to the meat of the season. If they can stop the run from NDSU, they'll be in good shape. But 2 things. I just want to see both the trenches, offense and defense. Shedeur takes care of himself. Travis Hunter takes care of himself. Not worried about that stuff. Give me the things last year that needed vast improvements. If you want to be a 7-win, 8-win team this year, those are the 2 keys. That's what I want to see tonight. Game 1, 6 o'clock, ESPN. Fact checker, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
You never know what's going to light up the text line. And one thing that got people going earlier was when we were talking about Holland and the Netherlands and the Dutch. So here's what's going on. The entire region, the country, is called the Netherlands. The Netherlands consists of 12 provinces, and 2 of those provinces are North Holland and South Holland. That's where all the cool stuff is. All the cool cities in the Netherlands, like Amsterdam, are in Holland, so that's why it kind of gets, why everybody assumes that's the name of the whole region. Dutch is the language they speak because it evolved from German, Deutsch, so the name is kind of a take on that. And sometimes those people who speak Dutch are referred to as the Dutch.
Yeah, they're Flemish.
Well, then they can't say I'm from Holland. They need to say I'm from the Netherlands.
We can
Where
get
them Belgian boys at?
Where you Belgians at, baby?
That sounded like a really bad European rap group. Where's my Belgian boys at? Yeah.
We can get a real Dutchman on if you want to. I mean, someday we will.
No need. Just tell him to pick one.
Someday we'll get Ralph on and he can explain it. How's that?
And you asked me this. I don't know how this has happened 2 years in a row now. Moshe was talking to me yesterday, Vic, and he goes, is there any way, like any reason why we could get my friend from Holland on? And I'm like, no. There would be no reason why I need to talk to somebody who's Dutch.
How about World Cup 2026? When's the World Cup, Vic?
It's in America. The next one. What year is it now? 28, right? It's going to be in 28?
When's the World Cup? It's in America. No.
Are you not American?
When was what we asked. Anyway, iTunes, Spotify,
26?
Spreaker.
It's every 2 years now?
No. We're just going to end this. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Kane.
I want all college football teams in this great state to win. So I want the Buffs tonight. I want the Rammies and the Falcons on Saturday. Mines, I want everybody.
Gotta go. Talk
Where
to you
my
guys
Belgian
tomorrow.
brothers at?
All right. Bye.
Today is going to be a great day.
Chris Dempsey.
Welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go. Yeah.
This is Dempsey and Company
So without further ado, please enjoy our show.
on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Oh. Okay. This has nothing to do with the team that's opposing us. This is about us. This ain't got nothing to do with the naysayers, the unbelievers, the haters, the doubters. This is about us. When we started this journey, we told you it was going to be trying.
And the Buffs are going to go 1-0. 45-42, Shedeur Sanders takes a knee, and how about this? Prime time!
It's that time. It's game day in the Mile High City. Welcome into the program, Christopher Dempsey, Coach Mike Sanford.
It's Christmas freaking day for the college football fan. Week 1, man. It is here. I didn't sleep last night.
I didn't either.
I mean, I'm just excited for college football to fully be back. Like, the slate of games Thursday till Monday is
crazy,
mind-blowing.
Yeah.
I'm so freaking excited for tonight's game, watching the CU Buffs and, finally all the storylines of offseason that was a really long offseason in Boulder. Let's just call it like it was. Is now it's about what really counts. It's about what really matters, and that's about these players. Players from the CU Buffs squaring off against an extremely proud FCS program in North Dakota State. This is going to be an interesting game, man. I am here for all of it.
KJ behind the glass here too. Against FBS teams. They've won something like 5 of the last 6 in this scenario, and they're bringing in a team. I mean, I think they made it to the FCS semifinals last year. Really fast. Which team did themselves more a disservice? Oklahoma State, which has to play South Dakota State, which is the 2-time defending FCS champion, or Colorado, which is playing a team that has won 9 of the last 13 FCS champions?
Yeah, I think the answer there is yes to both. Right. Because I predicted that South Dakota State is going to not only cover, but I think they're going to beat Oklahoma State. That is a good football team. And Oklahoma State's also had all of the offseason distractions. South Dakota State, I think I heard Coach Prime say it last week in a presser. This is it. A 20, 30-point win over North Dakota State tonight for the Buffs is a massive accomplishment.
Yeah.
But the national storyline won't be as such.
No, but you know what? You know what's interesting? I think I love this conversation because I think the more I hear people talk about North Dakota State nationally, the more I hear the analysis pretty well sitting around, well, don't sleep on North Dakota State. They're really, really good. Everybody wants to be the first to kind of say, don't sleep on North Dakota State. So there might be a little, nobody's going to turn backflips if Colorado wins the game by a couple of touchdowns. But maybe it won't be a complete disrespect of the victory because of the opponent. And I think this about this game, because, as you well know, being in college for so many years, how long in advance these games are scheduled. And, the University of Colorado sometimes has unique challenges getting people into the stadium. They have not had those challenges since Deion Sanders got here because he is just,
Is it a sellout tonight? Have you heard any official word?
I haven't heard, but Deion was saying that there were tickets available a few days ago.
We'll talk to Brian Howell here of the Boulder Daily Camera here very shortly, but as of 48 hours ago, it wasn't a sellout, which was actually shocking to me. I was like, there's no way that's right.
Yeah. Well, but that's, you know what, Coach? When I was, when Colorado was in the Big 12 the first time around, one of the reasons that they moved to the Pac-12, I mean, they talked about alignment and blah, blah, blah. One of the reasons why they moved to the Pac-12 was because the slate of teams was a more attractive slate of teams. So I remember they used to have to schedule like this because people just would not go to the game. So they would have, I remember the year, I'm going way back in time here, but I remember one year they had Tennessee on their non-conference schedule coming here. One year they had Miami here, and they had to schedule that way because the fan base didn't just want to see Colorado. They wanted to see an interesting opponent too. And the Pac-12 gave them the opportunity to have more interesting opponents than the Big 12. The Big 12 is like Kansas State, okay. All right, Iowa State, cool. But, you start to get UCLAs and USCs and Oregons, and then you can also make the trips out there too. And that actually mattered for their attendance, certainly here. So all that to say, I'm actually kind of not surprised that it's not, but it's going to be a mostly full stadium regardless. But
right, it was only, 2,500, 3,500 unsold tickets. Now, those ticket prices have skyrocketed as well. So,
right. So there's that too.
There's a qualifier there.
That's a good point.
Since Coach Prime arrived.
That's a really good point.
CU made some business decisions with regards to the bottom line, which is a smart decision. But, I mean, at the end of the day, you do want to play your home opener with all of the pomp and circumstance that does surround this CU football program right now in front of a complete capacity crowd. And my guess is it'll look like it on television.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. And it's supposed to be, I think the configuration of the stadium, if people are going to the game, is it's striped. So some people in white, some people in black, depending on what section you're sitting in, and it should look on TV really cool. A striped stadium in white and black here tonight.
Do you think the fans will comply with said striping? Are you complying?
Yeah.
What are you wearing? Are you white or black?
I think it's white. I gotta read. Look at it. I think it's white.
Just wear gold and see if you can get.
I just like the one. Who's that guy?
Who is he? Get him out of here.
Yeah, no doubt.
We are screwed.
I do think this. Okay, so North Dakota State is a dangerous team. I think I don't mind when programs schedule teams like this sometimes, because what they can do is immediately show you, like, it's a game you could probably win anyway, and we'll get more into that here in a few minutes. But what they can also do is show you where your weaknesses are, and you can better be able to pinpoint those in the 10 days that you have before you got to go to Lincoln, Nebraska. And I think in particular with North Dakota State, they are so good on the offensive and defensive lines, and they are so good at running the football. Like, this was an area that really was a trouble spot for Colorado last year. They're going to know immediately right off the top if they have been able to shore that up. Now, I don't know if North Dakota's starting running back is going to play. Presents interesting tests for a CU team that was really looking to shore up their defensive and offensive lines.
It is the ultimate test for CU. Not to say that if they run the football well and stop the run, that it's going to be easy for the next 11 weeks of the season.
Right.
But this is going to expose, to your point, immediately, have you shored up the issues that you had a year ago with the offensive line by going out and getting 5 brand new starters? I mean, if you look at this offensive line, for CU, Jordan Seaton, true freshman, going to be starting his first game. North Dakota State has 2 All-Americans, FCS All-Americans, but preseason All-Americans in their defensive front. So he's going to be tested early.
Yep.
Is it going to be a 5-star just like he is that's playing in Power 4 football? No. But it's going to be somebody that plays with their hands, that has great technique. North Dakota State is a culture of playing the game of football inside out, meaning it starts with what they do in the offensive and defensive lines, and then they play outside. They have a quarterback in this Cam Miller.
Yep.
And I saw a tweet this morning from Matt Miller of ESPN, a draft expert, actually the guy that I respect a ton covering the draft, that said this guy could be a pro prospect. And I don't know if you know this, but they utilize a second quarterback. It's 235 pounds in Cole Payton.
Yeah, runs
You'll
the ball.
see number 9 come in, and he runs the rock. And so this is going to be a test for CU's defense that is under a new defensive coordinator, Robert Livingston, who I heard Gary Barnett yesterday on Kreckman and Lindahl talking about just what a tremendous teacher he is.
Yeah.
A great communicator, detailed. So it's going to be interesting to see just what this looks like in the trenches. And my my evaluation for this game is going to come after 3 series of Buffs offense and Buffs defense.
Okay.
And after those 3 series each,
Mm-hmm.
I am going to know what this game is going to be. If CU looks like it's committed to run the football and or can consistently protect Shedeur Sanders, they're going to score a lot of points in this game. Because North Dakota State is minus their All-American safety. Cole Wisniewski.
Yep. That's a big deal.
Huge deal. Just knowing that. But also, if CU is able to control the line of scrimmage with the CU defense under Robert Livingston, and NDSU cannot run the football and makes this a throwing football game, this will be a blowout, and CU will win big. Now, on the flip side, 3 series in on each side of the ball, if this looks like it is like controlled by NDSU, North Dakota State's going to take this thing into the deep waters of the fourth quarter. And then all bets are off at that point. Who knows?
Yeah. A very, very interesting game. We don't even know. I mean, CU's also got a new offensive coordinator. I mean, he was there last year, but this is his first year, and we're talking about Pat Shurmur taking over full time as the offensive coordinator. What's the plan? What's that look like?
Do you even know? Is there a tight end? Like, there's no depth chart released, but I looked at 2 projected depth charts, one by Brian Howell, another one from the Coloradan, and I didn't see a starting tight end in either one. It said not available or not applicable.
So weird.
And,
you know what?
And that's a huge part of having a tight end gives you the versatility to run the football out of multiple sets. You get into 4 wide, 5 wide sets. Your only other option to count for the box is to have your quarterback as a primary runner. And I just don't think that they're going to commit to that.
Yeah, I don't think they want to.
I mean, why would you do that with a player that is arguably one of the top returning quarterbacks in all of college football?
Exactly right. Dallin Hayden, by the way, is the running back. He transferred from Ohio State